Having a great night. I'm not. Man, I have been working since about 5:30, trying to get the camera to tether. I have downloaded Lightroom again. I have shot everything that they said to try. And on top of that, Capture One Pro won't link to the Z9 either. I have no idea if it's just something I did and when I updated the computer to Ventura and it maybe isn't compatible. I don't know, but it's not working. Therefore, sorry guys, I can't do it. I can't make it happen. I even tried tethering. I tried tethering the camera directly to the stream, and I can't make that happen either. I don't know what's going on, but I am so sorry for everybody that tuned in thinking we were going to have a photo shoot live tonight, because we can't do that now. All right. I see a lot of people, quite a few people already in here chatting. Maz, David Stewart, Chris, how you doing? Caesar. So I'm sorry, guys. I can't make it happen. But for that, now I've got to go out and really shoot some photos so I can at least show you guys what I think about it. How you doing, Kevin? All right. Kevin. So we got a few people in here already, and Mr. Simon decided to join us for a bit tonight. I don't know how long he'll be, but he's welcome as long as he wants to stay. Roy is in here, of course. Well, man, that's really looking cleaner back there. Even
bigger room. I moved.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's playing shell games with us.
Yeah. And Jeffrey has his display going on in the background.
Hasn't turned his lights on yet, though.
No, I've got a lot of lenses that I don't have on the shelf right now. I have them in I bought a travel case, and I've been seeing what I can fit in it. So I got a lot of stuff that's missing.
Yeah, Z, I tried, man. I've been trying for the last 4 hours, and I can't make it happen. Camera's set up, everything's ready to go, but oh man,
I'd be happy just to see the 85-1.2 in front of the lens.
All right, and Kevin Nordstrom, he's fighting no power at his house.
He just likes playing in the dark. Admit it.
All right, guys. All right. So, yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I mean, I did pick up the 85 yesterday. It came in, didn't have a chance, an opportunity. I didn't even open it until later in the afternoon. Didn't have a chance to go out and shoot anything, and thought, well, I'll get up this morning, go out and shoot, and then come in, set the camera up to tether. None of that happened. Raining here, so wasn't going to happen. Just wasn't meant to be. And then, of course, with all the electronics problems, I got to do something. I got to get a better switcher. Now, the A10 Mini Pro is nice, but now that they've changed the way it connects, I don't like it. It's not plug and play anymore. It's too much trouble. All right. So the 85, I hope everybody saw Vahagan. I guess he went to the store and picked it up today. Yeah, I guess
you're just gonna have to like use it as a dumbbell and just pump some iron with it, or pump some lens, man. You got to pump some lens.
Let me take all the accoutrements off that I had set up, trying even to go electronic to the computer. That didn't work either.
Should be easier, shouldn't it?
Should be.
Yeah, I mean, I read today that they aren't sold out yet. I guess they still have some available in the U.S. So for people that want to get that lens, you can still get one, I understand.
Yeah, I think the big stores are waiting for another delivery. There may be some smaller camera stores out there, but anyway, it's a hunk of glass, let me tell you.
Yeah, f1.2, it's not going to be lightweight.
Doesn't look that bad.
It isn't that bad, actually. It isn't that bad, Roy. Yeah, it is. The lens hood makes it look a whole lot bigger than it is.
Mm.
So, I used to run around with the 80 to 400 on the D5 all the time and the D4 before it. So I really don't have a problem with this, but I know there are going to be people that are going to complain. It's too heavy. It's too big. It's
You
too
want a
bulky.
fast lens? That's the cost, a bit bigger.
Yeah, I think so. And I got to tell you, playing with it here in the house, I mean, that's not a great test, but it is fantastic. It really is. Some people, I guess a few reviewers have already talked about, just how sharp it is. And it is. And they've also talked about how, it's a little, how do you say it's soft? It's not soft. It's softer at 1.2. And you can discern a difference.
Mm.
When you pixel peep, you definitely can discern a difference, but it's not enough to, I don't even know why people would bring it up. I guess they just want absolute perfection from start to finish, from one end to the
portrait lens, so it doesn't have to be dead sharp. So,
well, it is as soon as you hit about 1.8, it is, that's it. It's fantastic. F2, it's crisp, and then of course all the way up to about F8, and then you start talking about possible diffraction or whatever. But man, it is super fast to focus for a 85. I mean, the 85 1.4G isn't anywhere close to this lens, and I know a lot of people are going to say, well, I can hang on to that and it'll be fine, and it will be, but you're not getting what this lens gives. You're not getting anything special. This lens is going to be a classic, I think. And focusing in low light, it's new to me to be able to do that. The 85 1.G, forget it. It's hunt. But this thing is just almost instantaneous. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Well, you're getting all these technical questions, man. Does it pass the sniff test and the wind tunnel test?
Yeah. Yeah, I did the sniff test yesterday just to make sure that they didn't throw something bad in the box or whatever. But yeah, let me go back up here and look at some of the comments. You guys chime in. There's my buddy Ray Powell. Berwick upon Tweed. I love that.
We know you do. You tell every time.
Every time. Yep. Oh man, what happened to the Z8? Nitsissa wants to know.
And the Z1. Where's my Z1?
Well, the Z1, that's a little farther down the road, but the Z8 is just around the corner. A lot of people were talking about the Taiwan Nikon Day, save the date. And that's all that was. That was never anything more. And we learned that not long after we saw that posting. But so many people were upset yesterday. And they were saying, where's it at? It should be here today. Well, you missed it because actually the 25th for them was the day before.
Yeah.
So, but, everybody was, I don't know how people get locked into these things and they don't, continue to look at what's coming out, what information is coming about. But man, they hear one thing they want to hear, and then that's it. I'm tuning everything out. That's all I want to hear. That's what I wanted to hear, and that's it. So I'm sticking with it. But no.
But there was a chance we could have heard, like Nikon could have said, okay, you know what, there's a big day. Well, let the Philippines run with it. Let them, we'll set the teaser off, right? Because Canon's done this before. They've let Australia run with something with an announcement. They've let USA run with it. They'll let the UK run with something. So there was a chance because we're getting close. We're getting very close.
Well, Nikon has the big powwow they're having there at headquarters too. Isn't that the 20? What was that? 29th or something like that. What was the date? They blocked off the conference room for 2.5 hours.
Nikon Tokyo showroom or boardroom, and yeah, it was blocked off for the 29th, so the 28th for us, which, you know.
Well, you know, Nikon cannot sit around. They can't keep pushing this down the road. And I'm going to go on a rant real quick. You know, if they keep doing this, I wanted to lay off of them for a while. And right now, you know, I'm going to. But I got to tell you, if by the end of March there is no hint, no other rumor, no anything, then it's going to be time to let Nikon know how I feel about their marketing, production, and other strategies.
Look, we understand that Nikon doesn't have the budgets of Sony and some of the other companies, but all they have to do is, you know, spend 50 grand on a teaser video. All they have to do is let their corporate marketing leak something to Nikon Rumors or somebody else, and it'll just start snowballing. It's like they don't understand how to use social media to get a message out. And I wish they would, because
you just got to call them up and tell them you'll do the teaser for 10K.
I've got a lot I could do, because I'm still got my smiley face here. I'm, you know, I want that Z8, and I feel like they're missing an opportunity. And then I put out a video this morning, and it's just a rumor of a firmware update for the R5.
Yeah,
and it's already gotten like 15,000 views.
Yeah, you know, people are starving for information. They really are. And I don't care what camera brand you're talking about. Everybody's starving for information. And it's been like that. I mean, this isn't something that's new. What is new is how people come under attack for wanting to talk about it.
I get a little bit of that.
Yeah.
What are you covering rumors? It's literally what I do.
I mean, you know, it's just like talking about the other day. There are so many people that want a DF, Nikon DF or ZF. I'm sorry, you already got a DF, but a ZF. And they're complaining about all the bells and whistles in the camera, all the widgets, gadgets, and whatnot, you know, in the new cameras that are coming out. Why are they complaining? They have everything they want because they never needed anything beyond a film camera. I mean, I'm being a little bit sarcastic here. But the point is that, you know, if you want a stills only camera, then there are plenty of them that you all continually talk about how great they are. They go back in Nikon history all the way back, even if you want to include film cameras. So what's the issue? You don't want video? Go buy a D200.
Just wait for Pentax.
Yeah.
Wait for Pentax. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, you get all sorts, Chuck. Like I had one person today say to me, or a couple of people say, "Where's the fact? How do you know?" And I said, "Did you watch the video? Because quite literally, I showed you an image that came off Canon Rumors website, from their website. It's directly from Canon. Sorry that I'm doing a William Shatner here and a bad one, but it literally came from Canon's website. If that's not fact enough, I don't know what is."
Yeah.
But people won't even bother watching. They'll just see the title, the thumbnail, and then they'll put a comment down sometimes. And I try not to. I will still engage because it's good for the YouTube formula. So even if people are being a little bit cantankerous, I'll still run with it. But you know, we're appealing to a worldwide audience that isn't the same every time we broadcast. And you know, you get all different types of comments, and some people they want to troll. Some people just love to comment. Some people really enjoy the material and stay to the end. It's a cornucopia. I try not to let it get to me, and most of the times it doesn't. You know, I focus on the love of it.
It never gets the best of me because I come on a live stream and I vent and I get it all out. So
that's why I've started coming.
I don't lose sleep over it. That's for certain. Joe Stroud, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How y'all doing this evening?
We're doing all right, except for, well, I'm not. I'm, you know, the lovely fun of live streaming. I started at about 5:30 trying to get everything set up for the stream tonight. and I can't tether my camera. So there you have it. And that was the whole thing for the stream. Everybody wanted to see. I was going to let everybody direct. I'd pull out lights and all kinds of stuff and find some items and say, okay, what do you want to do? Let's do it. All your tests right now. Have a ball. Tell me what you want me to do. It'll be too late by the time by the next opportunity I get. So now I don't know what I have to do to actually be able to stream, or tether. So am I going to have to buy more software? Of course, probably. All right. Well, anyway, and I don't want to go down all the rumors and Nikon drama either, because I know everybody came here to have some fun. So let's have some fun. I don't even know where to go with that. We'll just.
Well, Chuck, may I suggest something? Imagine that I'm visually impaired. I mean, the lighting would definitely indicate that at this point. So with my glasses, describe the lens to us. Describe what it feels like, the tactile, the smell. What was it like packaged in the box? Give us the full Monty.
Well, I feel like I missed the opportunity because Vahagen did that today. I mean, he went straight to the store. I think he brought it. He didn't even get home. He stopped at a college campus and opened the box, and they started shooting with it, which was nice. I mean, it was a great idea. I think it was fantastic. But yeah, I'll tell you, folks, everybody, I'm not going to quote the specs as far as the weight, the length, and I know it's 82 millimeter. It has an 82 millimeter barrel, or at least thread for filter. But on the Z9, it makes a pretty nice weapon. So if you're going to do street photography with this, at least you've got something handy to beat somebody to death with, which you could.
It gives a new meaning when they say go clubbing. You can go clubbing with that.
Exactly.
I saw somebody out the other night carrying his Z9, and he had the 51.2 on it.
Oh, wow.
I was like,
love that lens.
That's my favorite lens.
I wouldn't want to carry it. I mean, I don't.
You know what? Here's the thing.
You got a lens the size of a 70-200 on there.
I don't care.
Yeah, but the first time you shoot with it, you no longer think about the weight anymore.
Yeah.
Because once you get those shots, once you get that video, it's almost completely gone, because it's like a kid in a candy store, right? All you see is the payoff.
It boils down to how much do you love what you're doing? How much do you love what you're carrying to do what you're doing, or whatever? If you don't love it enough, you're not going to do it, and that's it. That's fine. But,
I just got a sweet spot in my heart for my 58 1.4. I just can't get rid of it.
There you go.
It's nice and small and light, and it's like, I don't know if I want to spend that money for, I don't know how big of a difference it really make it in the long run.
The difference it makes, because you're right. There are just subtle differences, even between the 1.2 and the 1.8. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's subtle differences. But you know what makes the biggest difference is which one do you want?
Yeah.
You're going to use it more. You're going to find a reason to use it if you love it, and this is what I want. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to say that this is the best 85 1.2 on the market, but it'd be crazy. And there are a lot of people that are going to try to say that. They really are. And they're going to try to convince everybody this way. And I don't care. It could be a Canon, the Canon's 85 1.2. And people are going to do the same thing. But the bottom line is, all of them, from what I've seen in the comparisons that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, all of them are great. They really are. And, and the other thing is, you're not buying a 1.2 lens. So, and I'm going to go down this path for a second. If you're a professional and you feel like that will give you an edge, then you need it and you're going to get it. But if you don't feel like it's really going to do anything for you as a professional, which maybe photography isn't even your hobby, it's just your profession, maybe you could care less. And the other thing that we have going for us as hobbyists is we don't care. We're not out to make money with it. The only reason I want it is for the creative side of. That means I have to go out and be creative, which I haven't done just yet. But, that's what I'm buying it for. And at 1.2, because I don't own a 1.2 lens, probably very few people do. And it is, even if it isn't, you feel like it's special shooting
It's
at 1.2.
magical.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You really do. And is it worth the money? Absolutely. It's worth twice the money if you really want it that bad. It's not worth half the money if you don't even want it.
Yeah. I'm a bit of an
I wish
odd
they would
fish.
add all these lenses first, so you don't have to swap out and sell and buy and try to finagle.
Yep.
That's the frustrating thing, because I see stuff all the time I want, and it's like, man, there's no way I can afford that. No way.
You gotta wait till you get a little farther down or up the hill. Once you get up to the top of the hill, things are a little bit different for you. But the kids and everything else, that kind of takes away from what we want to do. No, I know I've been there, done that. Yep. But yeah, I pick and choose what I want, and I'll try to get what I want. I'm not going to collect all the lenses, but this is one I've been holding out for. I didn't get the 85 1.8 just because there was this. I didn't know you, man. Gustavo's in here, and I've been rambling on. Hey, Gustavo.
Hey. Here he is. The myth, the legend.
Barely hear you. You're not.
Okay. Need to check here. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello, guys.
Well, hello. It's good. It's good to put a face to the name.
Yes.
Ah, we lost it again. Your audio.
He's got the Nikon hairstyle too.
The Nikon.
Hey, there's something about this look. I'm telling you, this is that's where it's at, man.
I figure I got some. I'm just gonna let it grow like grass, man. Just let it go.
There you go.
Joe, you'll probably be 100 and you'll still have hair on your head. I think Chuck will too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. It's cost me a fortune in haircuts. I know. I shouldn't complain, right?
By the time I was 25, I'm like, I'm doomed. It's already disappearing fast.
Oh, the DF there, huh?
Yeah. Someone else just bought one. I love the camera. It's a nice little camera.
There you go.
So, Chuck, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
The older generations, or most of the 85s, have always been, pretty slow with the autofocus. And I know a lot of people are saying, and you just mentioned it, how fast this lens focuses. But if you're using it primarily for model shoots and stuff like that, is that critical?
Yes and no, because it's nice to have a bit quicker focus doing portraits, but with models. But it's not as critical as other needs, other types of photography.
No, that's absolutely true, and it is nice if it's. Well, I'll tell you what, my 85 1.G was so slow that it aggravated me, because if you have somebody that can pose and is willing to go through a posing regimen for you, they're waiting for the camera, and it's a pain in the butt when the camera struggles or it's slow. I won't say the 85 1.4G missed focus very often, but it just took forever to get to focus, it seemed like. And when you're waiting for somebody's holding a pose, it seems like you're waiting forever. It may just be a half second or whatever, but there's a marked difference between that and this new 85 1.2. I got to tell you, it's as fast as I'll go out on a limb here, at least for what I've been shooting around the house. It's as fast as the 24-70.
It seems fast.
Yeah, it is.
It should be, I suppose.
Yep. So
yeah, Wayne commented that Mr. Ishii's got his on order right now.
I think a lot of people hesitated pre-ordering this lens, and then there was a mad dash that happened yesterday and the day before to try to catch up, I think is what happened. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be out of stock for a long time. I don't think that at all, because the price and the niche, of 85, not everybody wants that. But I think it's going to sell real well, at least for the first few months. And the more people use it and get the content out there, the more others are going to want it. Now, Frames TM just did a video with his 85. Everything he did, excuse me, was at night. And that's where this lens shines, in my opinion. It's not better than any of the others, but that's what I want it for. I love the bokeh, all the autofocus lights in the background. I love that kind of stuff. And it's very bright. It's a very bright lens. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm not trying to sell anybody on it. I would never do that. But I mean, for me, I'm happy. And if I wasn't, I'd let you know. Yeah, I just bought this thing. And
oh, you got it. You got it on yours now?
He has.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's been lifting it up like like weightlifting, man. Weightlifting.
A dumbbell lifting a dumbbell. Man.
Chuck's going to have one arm that's like Popeye size, One arm's going to be bigger than the other. But that's a lot of glass. I mean, normally they're slow because of the amount of elements in it and the design of the lens. So they must. I'm sure they have multiple. I'm sure they have at least 2 autofocus motors in it. If it's that fast, it has to have 2.
I'm sorry.
2 stepping motors. I'm sure it doesn't have. It would not be fast if it had 1.
I'd be leaving the little LCD screen off, made it lighter.
Yeah. Who wants to join? I missed that, Simon.
Daniel Venter.
Oh,
would like to join.
Absolutely. Mr. Venter, can you send me an email so that I can just drop the link and reply? Oh.
One thing for sure, they were ready for this launch because there was not a long waiting for many people.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of that and the fact that a lot of people. Well, there were 3 things. One, the price. A lot of people weren't, convinced they wanted to drop that much money for an 85. I'm sure. The other was nobody was really sure that they even wanted this lens because they had the 85 1.8 or the 85 1.4G. And figured, well, because there were some views or some reviews early, a couple of weeks ago, excuse me, they kind of let the cat out of the bag that, said that there is just there is a difference between this lens and all the others, but it's not so incredible. And I think a lot of people thought, well, if it's not something that's mind blowing, then I'll hang on to what I've got. But now that it's out and there are people that are actually playing with the lens and that content's hitting YouTube, I think more and more people are beginning to say, well, maybe I will try that lens, or I'd like to pick up that lens. And truthfully, it is a chunk of money. I mean, it's a chunk of glass and it costs a chunk of money, at almost $3,000. But like they say,
it's 4.7 here.
Buy glass, past cameras. So I'm listening to everybody for a moment. I'm buying glass, but it's not going to stop me from buying cameras too. But anyway.
Well, most Nikon glass nowadays is not cheap anyway.
Oh, so here's Mahogans in here. Let me go check my email here real quick. Yep. Hang on just a second, guys. I can do this real quick. I'm getting good at this.
Wasn't it Manny Ortiz that showed it wouldn't focus close or something?
I don't know now. The catch there is I got caught up in that as soon as I pulled it out of the box, connected it to the Z9. I thought, well, I got to walk around the house here shooting some things and seeing how it works. And I wanted to get caught up in that too close focus. You want to get close to something and try to blow the background completely out and everything else. It's close focus distances, I think 2.7 feet, something like that. It's not incredibly close, and that'll catch you. You think, what's wrong with this thing? What's wrong? Well, that's what you get. You got about a little over 2.5 feet, and that's that.
That's why I think some of these videos are kind of skeptical. They may not be,
well,
right. They may
Yeah.
be too close.
Well, it's not a macro lens, you know.
Yeah.
So
It's a portrait lens. It's not. You're not using it to get pictures of bugs.
Yeah,
even-
or eyeball. You know.
even the best of the folks out there that will review this lens, they're not going to do everything you would do, or and again, you're doing it through a medium like YouTube or Facebook or whatever. It's you can't afford to go buy everything you want and then find out that, well, they were right or whatever, if they're trashing a lens, camera, or whatever. But you got to use it yourself. You got to get it out and play with it yourself. And that's why a lot of people say go and rent, before you buy. And I understand that's probably a good idea. But yeah, again, I'm not going to tell everybody this is the best 85 1.2 that will ever be built, and it's better than everything out there. No, I think it's extremely competitive with everything that's out there. It may be better in some ways and not in others. But I know the two things that I enjoy: one, the large aperture, and two, the focus. The autofocus in it is fantastic, and no focus breathing. It's and you can't even see it. So, I'm happy with that. And I hope everybody else, Canon, and I don't know because I haven't, shot Canon, their 85 1.2, either version, Sony either. And I hope they're just as good. Again, we're back to, let's all just go out and shoot our brand and have fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Gustavo,
Yeah, I can go back to
have
saying that
say-
1.2 is a great aperture. I shoot with the 50 f1.2, and it's on right now. And as I'm kind of the odd fish in this group here because I shoot video most of the time.
We need you here then.
Yeah, we do. We need you here. We need you because
you have to counterbalance the hybrid camera formula here. It leans too far one way.
This is what really matters when
video
it comes
as
to
well.
video.
Daniel, I didn't know you were sitting down there. I'm sorry. How you doing, everybody?
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Very
you
well.
sound good.
How you doing? Sounding all right.
Let me finish this real quick with Simon. Simon, oh shoot, what was I going to say now? No, we do need you in here. We need you for the video side. And I was going to say, recommend, if you haven't seen Frames TM, his video that he just dropped shooting with his 1.2, check it out because there really isn't a lot of chatter in it at all. It's all mostly video work with that lens. And I
Right.
thought,
Sorry, guys. I was listening to things double there for a second because I had the YouTube live on as well, so it was echoing crazily. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's like probably nearly 3:30 in the morning here in the Czech Republic, but I saw your stream up, Chuck, so I thought, hey, I'm gonna jump in here because we're talking about 85 1.2s. I just wanted to add, honestly, from what I saw from Verhagen, the focusing on that lens is particularly fast. I've used both of the Canon, or actually 3 Canon f1.2 85s, and the very first version was quite slow. It suffered a lot with chromatic aberration. Their second iteration was a little bit faster, had slightly better control over chromatic aberration, but gosh, man, those corners were awful. It's really, really a soft lens, and you really have to keep people quite centralized in a frame. Anything out from the middle is just like a soft blur. But from what I've seen, the 85 1.2 from Nikon is really, really a step up in terms of focusing. And if you're going to be shooting any kind of motion in portraits, like I shoot children at f1.2, you're going to need that little extra boost in that AF, and this is where I think Nikon's got a really good strong point on that. From Verhagen's stream, and he live streamed, the focusing speed between short and far distance is really, really fast. So that's quite exciting. I must say the guys have done well there. So.
Yeah. Oh shoot. again, check out Frames's video. It's really interesting to watch as he walks around doing video with it. But you're absolutely right, and this is incredibly fast for me, considering I was shooting with the 1.4G, and I just as good as that lens is, and everybody just raved about, oh, it's a wonderful lens, it's a great lens.
I wasn't one of them.
and while it is a good lens, I just never liked it, and I never shot with it. I bought the lens and then never shot with it.
I think
85 I haven't bought until now.
I think the other plus is, when you shoot with these wide aperture lenses at f1.2 on DSLR cameras, and any kind of back and front focusing issues that you might have on a body, that's really, really amplified. Now, I think the great thing, obviously, with mirrorless, you don't suffer with those issues. So when you're at 1.2, you're getting results there. So
yeah,
that's one of those great things about mirrorless, of course.
Well, you're a big aperture guy, period.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting to hear you talk about it too. And I'd love to hear your thoughts if you can get your hands on one, because I mean, you are the aperture man, the aperture king with your style of photography. Your photos are just out of this world, Daniel. I mean, we keep saying that, but it's so true. So now I'm trying to figure out how I emulate you.
Well, I'm gonna try and get hold of an 85 1.2 and give it a try. And what I'm thinking about is really the chromatic aberration control. We'll probably have to ask Vahagrant or maybe yourself. Just give it a test out there at 1.2 in conditions where there's a strong contrast between highlights and darks, and see what kind of results on, because the Canon is just not it's not really that great.
Well, somebody asked him today while he was walking around shooting with it to go find the sun through the trees and take a shot or whatever. And I think Bob was like, what? He was trying to keep up with everything going on and not drop everything he was trying to hold. But yeah, I think that's
true. Yeah, actually,
it was for that.
Yeah, that's true. There was a good
Well,
balance.
he couldn't find any trees. That was the problem. They all burned down in California, so he couldn't find any trees.
Daniel, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
That's beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Wow.
Let's see if you notice what everybody else notices.
I think that's the model. I don't think that's Daniel. I don't think he wears a dress.
Yeah.
But,
No, that's not me.
I'm glad he knew what I was talking about.
Hey, I'm going to look over here some of these comments. I feel bad I haven't been talking. I'm so fed up with this, trying to get this camera to tether, and so it kind of threw me off my game. But I want to make sure everybody over here gets their due. Anybody having any questions? I saw some earlier, but I'm just going to keep moving down to the bottom. Let's see.
Gustavo, all I can say, Gustavo, is I like to view out your windows. I'm looking through your windows, and I'm like, I'd like that in my backyard. No wonder why you get so many nice small bird shots. Looks like you're in a great spot.
On the ground today, and I think we get some more snow tonight.
How's the carcass in your backyard
What's your temperature where you are? How cold is it where you are?
Currently, it's 27 degrees.
Okay.
It's only 17 here, Celsius.
Where's Roy then?
Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, okay, cool.
Believe it or not, I had a morning last week, and you wouldn't think this in Myrtle Beach in South Carolina, but it was below freezing when I woke up, and I was out there shooting, and I'm like, gee, I thought my days of having to wear the heavy coat was gone, but it ended up being a good day of shooting, though. It's like it attracted certain birds that like the cold weather, and they came out, so it was a good day. But you do what you got to do.
Man, a lot of comments in here after you joined, Daniel. A lot of people enjoy looking at your work, and I agree with that. I do too.
Thank you.
Have you ever, Simon, you ever met Daniel or you seen his work? He shoots everything. He shoots Canon, Nikon, Sony.
Yeah, I'm what they would classify as a gear whore. Go from one brand to another like in a flash.
I'm just looking over here, guys. You guys see any comments that pop up and you want to address them, by all means do so.
Yeah, I saw Verhagen wants to send me a Z9, that's all.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You're going to miss it. You're going to miss it, Verhagen. I'll tell you. Chris just got his lens today, too, by the way, and he said, I can confirm that it focuses faster than the 85 1.4G. It absolutely. Yeah. Yep.
Actually, the AFD was faster than the G1.
Man, I'm way behind, aren't I? Way behind, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna continue to scroll down here. Unless I see somebody saying they're gonna set fire to my house, then I'll stop and address that.
Gosh, I was missing the comments too.
I'm just again. I'm so sorry I didn't get the camera tethered tonight. I don't know what it is. It's definitely a software issue. But we could have answered all those questions and, shot with the subject in the corner. We could have added artificial light behind the subjects and, look at CA, ghosting, or everything else. But I think so many people have already done that. And I was pretty satisfied with their results. Again, I was buying it no matter what, unless somebody came out and said, it's terrible. It's blurry. It's whatever.
I was expecting it to be more like the 50, but it's obviously not. It's no total different type of lens.
No, I believe that's true. And one of the things that Z Wade loved about his 50 was the micro contrast. And I'm still learning micro contrast, by the way. I know a lens has a look, but I'm now told that that's micro contrast. But anyway, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know what special characteristic this lens is going to have. And I will agree with somebody that said, the best word to describe it is cinematic. There is a cinematic feel to the lens as far as how it renders. And others may not think that way, but I think that that's the way it looks to me. So I can't vouch for all the micro contrast or whatever else, but it has a very pleasing look. And I'll tell you what it reminds me of: my D4 with a 70-200. That combination to me was just fantastic. It just had its own look. All right, Simon's got to take off, guys. If you guys have any questions for Simon before he gets out of here, you might want to grab him real quick.
I'm going to try to actually get to bed at a decent hour for a change.
You want to comment
That's
here
no
about
fun. You're not supposed to sleep.
No, I like my sleep. And that's one of the reasons I have the lights down low, because when I have them bright, I usually can't sleep for 2 hours afterwards.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything about the 400 megapixel Canon software?
Yeah.
I mean, that you have good discussion in your channel.
Yeah, well, yeah, like over 300 comments. Like I said, it's a crazy story. I woke up this morning and we according to Canon Rumors, it was definitely going to have pixel shift. Not really a surprise. A lot of companies have it. So Canon's bringing it out in a firmware update. But when I took a look at it, I thought like 400 megapixels. That's a lot. So it's either going to be 2x2 or 3x3. So 4 shots or 9 shots. But 400 megapixels, just thinking about that. Now, if they do it the way Sony does it with the A7R5, where even if you've got movement in the frame from a vehicle, from people, from animals, multiple people, multiple animals, then I think it's definitely going to be a win. But yeah, You know, I'm just I'm just thinking 400 megapixels.
It doesn't work
That's huge.
very
You're
well.
probably talking about 2 gigabyte files or something.
I
But
was
it's
gonna
just
say we complain about our file sizes now.
Hasselblad have had it for
Well,
many
you're-
years, and it never worked very well with them or the Fujis or anyone else. It's
well,
unless it's on a
It was a
tripod and
gimmick.
absolutely sharp and nothing moves, it's nearly impossible to get a good image.
Well, see, that's what Sony changed. With the A7R5, you can have moving vehicles, you can have multiple things in the frame moving. And so they're the first one to show, hey, look, pixel shift is no longer a gimmick. So if Canon can do what Sony's done in the A7R5, then it's a big deal. For those that want larger, who want a 100 megapixel camera, for example, then this would definitely be a huge deal. But we have to wait and see. This is not a rumor. Anyone who thinks it's a rumor, because there's a lot of comments that didn't watch the video and said, why are you putting this out? It's just a rumor. No, it's not. Because you see, for a few hours, Canon Europe had the image on their website, and it's in my video showing the R5 and then this new update, this new capability showing 400 megapixels with 9 images.
It's good if they can get it to work.
So,
I think it's going to be very slow, though. You'll be very few frames.
I think Canon learned from the R5 introduction that if you send something to market half-baked, such as overheating, people are going to rake you over the coals for it. So I was talking to Craig earlier today, and he said, I think Canon's probably got this baked, done right. But we'll wait and see. I have the R5, so once the firmware update comes out, I'm going to apply it. And the very first thing I'm going to do is take my Manfrotto tripod outside and just start shooting stuff, seeing how well it does. There's a school not too far from here that has red brick, so that's really good to get up close and pixel peep and see how well it does. But yeah, it's funny. I just can't get over it. I mean, the files it generates are equivalent to the files I generate from shooting, 4K HQ video, right? It's just.
What we're using these landscape photographers in a calm day where there is no movement in the leaves.
Well,
no, it doesn't matter. The movement doesn't matter, right? So
that's a funny thing.
It used to be the case. If you had any movement, even the micro vibrations in the ground was enough to throw it off. But what Sony did with the A7R5, you can have a vehicle movie. You can have, and the videos that have shown this, I was surprised it actually works. And I had to eat my words because I said, pixel shift is a gimmick. And Sony actually came out and said, hey, not so fast. We can now make it work. So 240 megapixels.
I'll be impressed
and
if
you don't
I
have
get
any
it working.
artifacts. And if you zoom in, you're getting about twice the information.
Well, it's like it's not what you're talking about, but I never use focus stacking because usually your subject's
more like
moving.
automatic focus stacking.
Yeah, your subject's moving, and people will cheat, and they'll do some things to insects that they shouldn't do, so they don't move very fast and stuff like that. And I'm not going to do that kind of stuff. I mean, when I was a lot younger, people used to take insects and put them in the refrigerator or whatever to slow them down and take pictures of them, which is a pretty cruel thing to do. But that's what
wonder if that
people
works
did
with
back
kids.
then. My kids, you try to give them brain freeze with popsicles, they never slowed down at all. So I don't know. It doesn't seem to work with kids. But yeah, I don't use the focus stacking because everything I shoot is moving too much, so it's not a still photo of a flower in a vase indoors with controlled lighting is great. But outside, I don't really see it as being an effective tool.
Well, the one thing that this has certainly done is it's grabbed a lot of eyeballs. So even if it's not, even at the same level as Sony, what it's doing is it's grabbing attention because it's one of those where all people see is the 400 megapixels. And now what has Canon done today? They've kind of dominated the news cycle, right? And that's what I want to see Nikon do. I want to see Nikon get out there and release teaser videos, release certain, like Canon's a master of just leaking stuff. We know they leak it. I've interviewed with Craig, and he says, look, he would get stuff from Canon Japan, and he can tell by the header where it's coming from. I've seen Canon leak full 10-minute videos on an 8K cinema camera from 2 years ago that we haven't seen yet, but I have it, and I put a video out. So I know they do it, and I think Nikon could benefit from a little bit of strategic leaking as well.
I used to do it through the MPS, but I haven't seen it for years.
Well,
I don't know why.
now it's up to us. We're the only advertising that Nikon's going to receive anytime soon. They're not at all engaged in that part of the marketing.
Yeah.
The only Nikon leaks are Chuck's bucket.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to head off, Chuck. Just one last thing. Nikon Rumors did put something out just before we started the stream saying that if the Nikon Z6 Mark III is about to be announced, they haven't heard anything. So, yeah, I didn't want to really pour a bucket of water on everything because it's like, oh, we were hoping to get some teas for the Z8, nothing. And now the Z6 Mark III, they're hearing nothing.
Yeah.
So they're being like Sony. Sony's the same. Panasonic's the same. They do not leak. They're of that old school. You keep everything tight until you're ready to announce. Whereas Canon's the one that plays it differently. They're like, yeah, sure, we'll leak it. It's free.
I know they know this, but that hasn't helped them out at all for the last year. I don't know. Nikon's willing to say, well, you know what? We'll drop to 4% market share. We don't care. We're still going to do it on our timeline.
Yeah,
all right.
Slow with it. All right. Thank you for having me on, Chuck. It's always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thanks for being in here.
Take care, Simon.
Cheers, guys.
We'll
Pleasure.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Chuck, the old 85 14G just had an AFS silent wave motor in it, as in one.
Right.
And it is a dual stepping motor in the new lens that you have, which is going to make it considerably faster.
And I'll tell you, it is. It is.
It's not even going to be close.
Yeah, you knew when you picked the 85 1.4G up and shot with it, you knew you were shooting with it. I mean, there was no getting around it. It was almost like it was in slow motion. I know it wasn't that bad, but there was a marked difference between it and the other lenses. Look at Roy's.
That's what happens when you increase one stop. That's the 1.4. That's the 1.4, and that's the f2.
Okay.
AOS.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you increase it by one stop. Doubles
So
the
we're going to
size.
see some samples next Saturday, Chuck?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You may see some through the week. I've got to go out and shoot with this lens. I can't just let it sit around. But yeah, the focus speed is remarkable. I'm really happy with it. Again, if y'all haven't noticed, I am extremely happy with it. And, again.
I love fast glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at those apertures of f1.2, and if you've got a subject that's moving marginally, and you've got your camera on AFC, that focus speed really makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Video. Not so
Yeah.
much with stills.
Just looking to see if any other in there. So Daniel, I know you were on with Vahagan the other day, and I enjoyed watching that. I really did. Again, I love seeing your photos. And
you.
now you're teaching as well through through your site, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right, man. How is that going? Are you now fully employed as a photographer? I don't remember the last time we talked to you whether you were.
I've been a full-time photographer for now. It's actually I'm on my 10th year now.
Okay.
As a full-time photographer, we moved over from the UK to the Czech Republic, and I literally started off as a photographer here. So we really grinded it for like 3 months, getting our marketing up to scratch, and then since then it's just been a blur of taking photos. And then back in 2018, I decided to start teaching as well, and that kind of all happened by accident. But I'm really happy it went in that direction because it's opened up a lot of doors and giving me so many more opportunities to connect with people all over the world, which is really exciting. So, the ability to empower someone else to create images that they enjoy it really is something for me. So, yeah, exciting times still ahead. We just did a new site launch as well, which went off pretty well, and I'm really just geared up for 2023 now further.
Well, that's great. We don't get to talk about portraiture here much.
Well, of course, when you got an 85 1.2, you have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, now is the night to talk about it. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
where I suddenly came out of the woodwork.
Yeah, we love birds and wildlife, and we have
Awesome.
all kinds of folks here that are birders and wildlife shooters, and they're fantastic. You're sitting next to one right there, Mr. Gustavo, and he's a fantastic. Oh, I'm getting to him too, because
I can't do this.
and we've got we've got Jeffrey above you there, and yeah, they're birders and wildlife
Okay.
shooters.
I can point down. I could do that. I could point down.
With those giant long lenses, and then all the way over to we got, of course, Roy Bigsby up in the top as you're looking at the screen, top left corner. It's Mr. Nikon Museum. He's got everything Nikon's produced almost.
Awesome.
Every camera, every lens, it's amazing. But
he specializes in photographing kookaburras.
Yeah, kookaburras.
That's all came to visit me lately.
And we've got Joe
a couple of Rodellas out there, but my camera's not being used.
Yeah. We got Joe Stroud in lower left corner, and Joe's the creative mind.
All right. Okay.
He's got some portraits and things that he's done that are very creative. We always ooh and awe whenever he presents them in the photo reviews that he does. And we've got a ton of people in here in the community. Everybody you see in the chat, great people. There's always great conversations. There's great sidebars going on over there. I don't know why people ask me questions, and because I'm just going to defer it to all these experts that we're surrounded by here in the community. But it's nice to talk about portraiture, though, and I think the 85 1.2 is a reason to talk about that. There are portrait photographers in the chat or in the community, but we always get kind of pushed aside talking about the next the next wildlife trip. Or
we don't push.
So you're welcome here, especially on a night like tonight. And if folks, if you haven't seen Daniel's photography, you've got to go to Daniel Venter and check it out, because, well, I have faith that you're going to pull up his website and go, wow, that is remarkable. And it's not just with the camera. I mean, he and his wife both put thought into every shoot they do. It's color coordinated with complementary colors, and it's just he puts everything into these photos. And I dare you to find something wrong with them. I mean, it's just fantastic. And I don't mean technically. I'm talking about creatively. Go ahead, Joe.
They're too good. That's what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
I try.
And it truly is. It's that good. Go check his photography out. And
thank you.
So now that you've been here on my show as well, now we're going to have to try to get you back from time to time to talk about portraits and things like that.
Yeah. No, awesome.
Chuck, we hope that by the time we do the photo review next Saturday, that you get some nice shots with that 85 outside and show the nice separation that you're going to get when you're shooting a little bit farther away with somebody wide open. I think you'll be really happy.
So before this lens came out, you had everybody in all the forums talking about, well, who needs it? Who takes portraits with a 1.2? Why do you even need 1.2? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I know you do. Well, yeah, there you go. And I was trying to explain, they said, well, the depth of field is so thin, it's razor thin. It is and it isn't. It depends on distance to subject. And they don't want to hear that. That just tells you they have no idea what they're talking about, I
think this is something that throws a lot of people off when it comes to my portraits. And I shoot pretty much everything wide open, even with families. And I've got like a row of 5 people, and I managed to get everybody in focus. And it just kind of reminded me when you guys spoke about focus stacking, I've been asked so many times, "Oh, do you focus stack so you can get so many people in focus?" And I'm like, "No, this is just one shot. You think I'm going to focus stack a family? That's crazy." But working distance is so critical. And when you start shooting with longer lenses, like for example, this puppy over here, this is the Canon 200 f1.8. When you start shooting with this kind of lens and you start stepping back in your scene, it kind of it actually widens your plane of focus.
Yeah.
And you're actually able to get more people in focus. And I think you guys who are into birding and wildlife can attest to that. Those very long telephoto focal lengths do separate the background quite a lot, but you've got actually quite a wide in plane focus, area that's obviously in focus. So you can pack a bunch of people together and still get everybody in tack shop focus.
You brought up something.
You're not going to do get the 800 millimeter to shoot portraits with, like some people have.
I would try the 400 f 2.8 probably. 2.8. I've actually considered looking out for the Nikon the manual focus 300 f 2.8. I've actually shot quite a lot of my work with the manual focus 200 f2, and that's been a joy to work with. I can imagine shooting with the 300 and 400, but 800
wrong room.
Well,
I have to
I still
in another country to photograph more.
You could be at the other end of this other end of the street and do your portrait shooting.
Radio in. How's the weather there, guys? Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
I think some of they're not secrets. Some of the techniques that you use, though, you scout a lot and look for the location that you want to shoot at, where it's going to afford you that opportunity to bring the subject off of the background so that you get that beautiful bokeh behind the subject. And then having the room then to back off your subject if you're going to do a full body shot or whatever it happens to be. But, I was just watching and listening and learning. This was the first time that we talked to you. And then I caught something this last discussion talking about aiming at about waist level.
Yeah.
Bringing the camera down, not tilting the camera, but bringing the camera down to about waist level on the subject. Yeah. And a level lens. And now I've got to try that. So I'm going to go out and find me a location. I want one of those photos.
I think I know that lens, Roy.
It's a 300 2.8.
So you just
200, yeah.
Roy should actually start doing a rent-a-center type of thing with lenses. Call me. You charge you so much a day, for a rental and. That's how you make your extra money now, Roy. Now that you're retired, you just rent out your
come
gear.
back in a different condition.
All right, so that's why I wanted the 85. One of the reasons I wanted the 85. If it's going to be 1.2, why not? And maybe I can make this work like the 200 f2. A lot of people are going to hate me for even saying that, and I don't dare pretend that it will rival the 200 f2, but in a smaller package, I'm looking forward to going out and seeing what I can create with it, because I bought it to shoot it wide open, not all the time, but definitely to shoot it wide open.
Yeah, I think when it comes to my portraits in particular, I tend to start using the longer focal lengths when I'm doing a full body portrait of a family, for example. And I tend to bring out my 85 1.8. I don't have a 1.2 or 1.4. Actually, I've always used an f1.8, and then I had my hands on the Canon f1.2s, and they were delightful to use, and they're very, very nice when you start shooting those 3/4 body shots. That separation is just beautiful, and I think the 85 1.2's got a special quality about it. And what I did notice when Verhagen was walking around in that park, the character of that lens was so milky. There was something about it that that actually kind of separates it even from the Canon f1.2s. And that was something there special. And I'm not one who brings that up often, but I've got a thing about spotting this out, and that lens has definitely got it. I just can't put my finger on it, but it's there. It's got that character. And I sometimes find that character is also formed by the aperture blades in the lens and the size of the front elements. And this is one of the reasons why, like, the 200 f2s has got that special character to it. However, having said that, I've pretty much owned all of the 200 f2s on the market except for the Fuji, but the ones that had that special magic to them were the Nikons, especially the AIS, the old ones. They got their little flaws, but actually makes up the character and makes that lens special.
Odd number of blades.
We're going to add Kevin Nordstrom in here, and I think he froze on us as soon as I brought him in.
Daniel, a question for you. I remember looking at your work. I think when you were on Vahagen's channel, showing some of your work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're shooting a group of people, obviously, I mean, location is a big part of your work. You find a spot where the lighting is just perfect, and you really, take your time and understand where you would go at certain times of the day, what places are the best. But when you're shooting a group of people, you have a reasonable distance from the subject away from the background, so you always get that. You get the color of the background, but you get that separation. It's not like you have them lined up 5 feet away from a wall of flowers or something. You pull them out. Now, how far out do you typically have them away from your backgrounds?
I don't really have any specific formulas for that. It just depends on the location and what I'm trying to drag out of the background in terms of the colors. Quite often, the further that distance away from that background is, the more separation there's going to be. But there's occasions where I want to bring in a little bit more interest and difference in colors in the background that I want to incorporate. So the distances vary quite a lot. I don't have a static formula really, but if I really want to max out the depth of field, then obviously that the further the way that background is going to be, the better. If that makes sense.
I love everything I saw.
Hang on just a second, if you don't mind. You guys, can you see the chat? You have the chat window open?
I have.
Okay, I just wondered. Vahagen was asking because, there are there's a lot of chatting going on over here, and I want to make sure, if you guys don't mind, from time to time, just look down there, especially if you see your name pop up, because somebody's asking you a question or throwing a comment your way, and that's how we keep the whole community involved in this. It's a little bit different here. We try to involve everybody, but hey, Jeffrey. You know what time it is.
Okay.
Don't burn the house down. I'll be right back.
Middle o'clock.
I'll look at the chats here. And now, Daniel, when you're shooting if you were shooting a 1.2 in the studio, I would assume that you're stopping it down in a studio setting versus outside.
Yeah.
So you'd be like it. Yeah.
No, definitely in the studio. When I'm in studio, there's no reason to blur out anything, and I've got a bit of control. I still like to have soft backgrounds in the studio, but it depends, because my studio is probably not typical. And I think when most people think about studio work, they're thinking about gray backdrops and seamless paper and stuff like that. But my studio is a little bit more homely. It's got like a bed in it and side tables and all sorts. It's got like a homely feel to it, and couches and stuff like that. So even in the studio, I'd sometimes, I'll probably go down to like f2.8 and just get a nice soft background and get a bit creative in that sense. But
And I believe like most of your outdoor shooting is you're not usually not using flash, correct?
Yeah, I would say 99.99999 is natural light. I used to be a strobist. I used to take flash out for all of my work outdoors, and then I began discovering that there was a lot of beautiful light around me, and the more I went down that rabbit hole, the more I discovered all of this fantastic light, and eventually I left all my strobes at home. So I don't even take them with me on location anymore, and not even reflectors. So,
but that's where you've spent an incredible amount of time, perfecting your locations at what time of day. You know, I mean, you probably have notebooks full of what time of the year, what location, what time was the best, that type of thing. I'm sure.
Yeah, you say that, but I don't have anything. I think it's just becomes kind of second nature. It's like jumping on a bike and off you go. And that between the 4 to 5 hours before sundown, in pretty much all of these locations, wherever it may be, whether I'm in Corfu or in London or wherever, I know that those patterns are going to be very much the same. And likewise in the morning, I've got a nice gap. I've probably got about 8 hours in a day where I've got optimal light, and that's on completely sunny days. But I just keep finding these different locations and different pockets of beautiful light, and I think this is where those longer lenses come into play. So you can really just isolate small areas of a scene and say, there's some really good light there. It just works out. It's really exciting. I think I
remember whatever you took, my jaw just dropped, and I'm like, I loved it. It was just absolutely fantastic stuff.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think I drive most people crazy when I'm just walking around in town. I'm like, look at that little corner there. Looks like some really good light over there. And then I'm like walking around with my hand like this, trying to gauge my light directions. Yeah, it's
because you don't really set up a lot of like reflector panels or anything either, correct? I mean, once in a while maybe, but not usually, correct?
No, not ever. I think there was one occasion where I wanted to just demonstrate to some of my students that I can produce some nice soft results in very bright conditions. And I took this 1.5 meter massive shoot-through umbrella out in locale. I had it in the back of my car, and we were out in this this farm, and that's with some blossoming trees. And I took this massive umbrella out, and I got my wife Eva to hold it above my subject, and we killed out all of that hard direct sunlight. It was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had just this beautiful soft quality of light on my subject, and I was like, hey, presto, my sun became my strobe. But yeah, no, I just, for me, it's just like this natural light is all over the place. It's like I don't even bother taking out
useful. Umbrellas are good gear.
Yeah, for rain.
You must have a nice camera. That's all there is to it, right? Oh.
Yeah, okay, here's the question. I'll let Chuck answer it.
No, I couldn't get the camera to tether. So, the best laid plans, right? And who knew? I guess the only way around it to fix it is I'm going to have to send some emails out and ask these folks why it won't tether to their software.
Swap the lens on your Z6.
Yeah, I actually I did that. Believe it or not, I tried with the Z6 II, and it just didn't. It would not tether. So I think it's got something to do with maybe the upgrade of the, to Ventura from whatever it was before on the Apple computer. So I don't know. I'm not a techie guy. You guys know that. I mean, I go through, I just start unplugging and plugging until I run out of options, and then, okay, I'm lost. I can't make it work.
You get to a point where you get to the
Eventually,
end
you
of your
just have to
tether.
get the hammer. You just got to get the hammer eventually.
Yeah, well, that's always that's my final option. Usually, you just get mad and throw something. That was the old me.
You reach the end of your tether, I guess.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I see Kevin dropped out. Maybe he just lost the connection. I don't know, but I hope everything's okay. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, he's back. I think he's having some electrical problems there at home. Lost a transformer or something, I think you said earlier, Kevin.
Something wrong with the pipeline.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Yeah, he's on his phone, right? You're on your phone, Kevin, with candlelight.
Yeah. I actually made coffee with my camp set.
There you go. Hey.
I'm glad you got the romantic candlelight going for everybody on the stream here. I mean, that's really neat. That's nice of you.
I was going to do that tonight. I was going to light some candles and try to throw those out of focus or try to shoot through them and some different things just to see what we can do at 1.2 and have some fun. But anyway, we'll get to it. Somebody had mentioned earlier, I don't mean in the stream, but today somebody sent me an email. I think it was an email, or it might have been a comment. Anyway, get a couple of girls, get on the internet and find a couple of girls to pose for tonight. And I couldn't even broach that topic with my wife. That would be a absolute no go.
I was just going to say that just sounded like it was going to go the wrong way. Get a couple of girls.
Yeah, that wording is not appropriate.
That is a thing on Instagram, I guess. It's big. It seems like there are a lot of ladies out there.
Videos though. For what it's worth.
Love to have their photos taken, but yeah, my wife would. No, that wasn't going to happen.
Well,
so
get your wife in a bikini.
You
Then
got to take pictures of your wife, Chuck. You got to get your wife to let you take pictures of her on your stream.
That ain't
probably won't let
either.
you do that.
No. As a matter of fact, yesterday I got the lens out of the box, put it on the Z9, and I was just walking around the house taking photos. Boring photos, just playing with the lens wide open. And she was on the phone and I snapped a couple of pictures, and man, no, that wasn't going to happen. She had to watch me erase them.
Yeah. I come near my wife with a camera. I get this. My wife just does this. You're not taking my picture.
Yeah.
You're not doing it.
Yeah.
Wait until he takes her hands away.
I get 2 frames in and she's like, okay, that's it.
Well, the problem with that, Roy, is I have to live with her afterwards. I can't get away with it. Yeah. Yeah, Joe, absolutely. Send me an email, make it easy on me, Joe, and I will I'll drop the link in there. We'll bring Joe in as well. Well, this is what we do here, Daniel. I don't know if you checked us out before. This is what we do. We just have a big round table. It's a big discussion. Sometimes there's a topic, sometimes there isn't, but there's always a topic that comes out of the chat. There's so many people here, and again, we don't have a place to go, sit together and talk photography. So that's what we do here.
See, this is not round. This is square, according to my.
Yeah, it is.
And my head's not even round. It's more like an egg. So, can't say my head's round either. So,
yeah.
That's what the birds like him.
Yeah. Sith's talking about posting some photos. The 85 1.2 next week's photo. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody that's got it and would like to do that, absolutely. So the theme for our photo review coming up on April 1st, which will be next Saturday night, is you can post any photo that you want. There's really no absolute theme. You've got to stick to this or that or whatever. But I wanted to see creativity. I want some folks to just do something that you wouldn't normally post. Take a chance, be creative. Joe Stroud over here, I was talking about him earlier. he's always wowing us with something, and very creative, very, very creative. And
It's going to be the 1st of April.
yeah. It had to be. Saturday had to be on the 1st. Yes.
No April Fool's pranks, right?
As long as it's safe for work, I don't care what anybody does. That's all I ask. Safe for work, and we're good. But yeah. Oh man.
You got to get a reflection, Chuck, of your face on the front element of the 85 1.2 with another camera, so we just see the lens and we see your image on the front element.
Yeah, I was invited to go shoot a car event. There's an indoor car show going, and I didn't even do that today. I was so worried about getting this all set up and hoping it would quit raining, and it didn't. But anyway, yeah, we'll see what we come up with next week. I know it's going to be a lot of fun. It always is. And you're more than welcome to join us too, Daniel. And even submit a photo if you like. I think it's cheating if we let you do that, but.
I'll make it out of camera then.
We don't get points or anything, but it would definitely look rigged. But that's okay.
Hey, I want to say thank you to Tim Hunter, Super Chat, 10 Australian dollars. Wow, man. Thank you very much. That's absolutely wonderful. Again, I tell you guys, you don't have to do it. I guess I could take that $sign off of the chat there, but I really appreciate it. And not just Tim, but and you made me blush. You know that it always makes me blush. And another from Sith, thank you very much. 1999, man, that'll buy me some M&Ms. And by the way, I am almost out. I was going to go out and get M&Ms today and forgot to do that too. I got so hung up on this computer trying to make sure it worked, and it doesn't. But thank you very much. I know, man. I know. Thank you very much, Seth. I appreciate that. I really do. You guys are great. I don't know why. I don't even know why people show up. I say that all the time, but it's absolutely true. The PayPal link. Yeah, that's what where is the PayPal link? I don't even know.
I think you have a choice, because when I did it, I was able to do either credit card or PayPal.
Yeah.
Either one.
Well, this goes right to PayPal. So anyway, and I'm not putting it up there because I want you guys to do it. I'm just saying that, I had to experiment with that just to see. And I'm going to make we're going to have a t-shirt that's going to point to AP Studios live stream. I'm going to make a QR code for that, just so you'll walk around with a t-shirt on and people will want to scan it just to see what it's all about. I thought that'd be fun too. But yeah. It's just one big happy family here, Daniel, and you're more than welcome to come back anytime you want. Stay as long or as short as you like when you come in, because that's what everybody does. And we're always going to pick your brain because your photography is just fantastic.
Thank you, guys. Right,
I'm going to be getting an email from Joe Man's Land to join the chat. So take a peek and see if you got anything from him yet.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Right, folks, I'm going to be heading off because it's like 4:30 in the morning here. So I didn't realize it was a time change. We spring forward, so we lost an hour.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, pretty soon you'll be having breakfast. So
yeah, I know.
Well, I'll tell you what. Thank you so much for dropping in, Daniel. And again, you're welcome back anytime. And as more and more people find out who you are and look at your site, there'll probably be a lot of people asking you a lot of questions in the chat whenever you come back the next time. But
hey guys,
by the way,
thanks for your time.
I've been friends with your wife on Facebook for the longest time, and I do keep up with her, watching her social events and things that she's doing.
Cool.
I think it's fantastic.
Thank you, Chuck. I'll let her know.
Daniel, just a quick question or a way you can plug your channel or whatever is what what medium are you using to do your classroom stuff? Is it like through like Zoom, or is it structured courses that you click on a link and you follow the directions and you're showing clips of yourself explaining stuff? How do you have that set up?
I can send you a link. Is it in this private chat here, I guess? So yeah, essentially, my site is built around a streaming platform. You could call it like the Netflix for photographers, as such.
Okay.
And what folks do is they sign up for a membership, whether it's monthly, yearly, or a lifetime membership, and they get access to all of my video tutorials where I demonstrate my shoot and edit method across a variety of different genres within portraits. So, if somebody wants to understand how I shoot weddings, there's weddings there. If they want to look at newborns, families, everything to do with the most common portrait genres that people photograph as a business, it can be found there. So I take folks through my entire process, and more so the artistic process behind it. So it's all in there. It's all streamed from the platform.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for the information.
No problem. I'm going to put it in the chat there if you guys will see it. So should be there. Here we go.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Check it out.
Make sure it goes. I've topped it right. Yeah, we had a bit of a we had a bit of a change, and it's a new site. So, yeah, I'm quite thrilled where it's going, and being able to share the love with everybody else. It's something that I really enjoy. So,
thank you very much.
My pleasure, guys. Have a good evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are.
Well, we've got all time zones covered here, so
yeah. I'm gonna slip into bed now at like nearly 5 a.m. Right. My wife is gonna be like, "Where you been?"
Yeah, you're gonna wake up your wife, and she's gonna say, "Are you getting breakfast ready for me? Because I'm ready to get up."
Yeah. All right, guys. Cheers for now. We'll catch you in the next stream.
Thanks, Daniel.
Take care.
It's a pleasure having you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Got another super chat that I don't deserve. You guys are great. Thank you, Hank. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so again, I'm sorry. I'm a terrible at the technical stuff. Don't worry about it, Kevin. We'll keep bringing you in. If you drop out, just come right back, man. No big deal. No problem at all. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We haven't heard anything.
I like moving around in the boxes a lot too. So, just keep,
Yeah, actually, that's true. Jeff used to do a lot of that, hopping around, changing seats. So you're in good company, man. You're in good company. We haven't heard anything from Gustavo. Gustavo, tell us something good.
I have been shooting with 800. Finally arrived on Wednesday. Learning the peculiarities of the lens, and hopefully you will see some photos pretty soon here in some of the reviews.
Yeah,
really a remarkable lens. I am really impressed. Definitely, and the weight saving compared with my old 600G F4G. Wow, yep. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
It's a heck of a lot lighter, isn't it?
No, it's incredible.
For those of you that don't know, Gustavo has a dead mule deer in his backyard. It's been there for over a year now. And he's been documenting all the critters that come and feed off of it. And I'm hoping that once it's finally all gone, that he'll share all these photos that he's taken.
I will do. Actually, that's I took some pictures early in the morning before dawn, put the tripod out, come around the tripod, get inside the house and shoot with the remote. Correct. So the 800 have been being tested in the really, really cold weather. So it gives you a very interesting perspective.
That's great. I'm sure it's brought all kinds of different animals to it. And
so
birds.
far have been good. So far have been good. The main users at this moment seem to be the magpies. So they are really cleaning it up properly.
Hank's asking about tethering. Yeah, Hank, I tried tethering through Lightroom Classic. No go, didn't work. Wouldn't recognize the camera, the Z9. I tried using Capture One Pro. It's Capture 122. No go, wouldn't recognize the camera, but it has recognized the camera before because I've done this before. But now all of a sudden it won't recognize the camera. And I don't know if it's because I did a update on the computer or what, but anyway, I tried for 4 hours. I tried everything, re-downloading software, you name it. It couldn't get it to work. Aggravated me. Joe Stroud, what's fun?
I don't know, man. This right now.
So you don't have a life either. You're just like the rest of us.
No. Yeah. No, my life is get up early, go shoot, and then spend the rest of the day tired.
The rest of the day tired, yep. I can spend the rest of the day tired every day without doing anything. That's a shame. I have got up in the morning and ready for a nap too. So
that's bad. Wish I had that sort of time.
Israel's asking.
Sandra Paul's asking me if I use any camera traps or not, or trail cams, and the answer is no, mainly because where I shoot, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. It's not like I have acres and acres of land behind my house. I don't have that situation, so I'm always either in state parks or at botanical gardens or private property type of thing. I really have nowhere to set any up, so I can't
hide
do
them
it.
real good in the state park.
Yeah.
So here's a
the only time I'll see the ranger at the state park I go to is when I'm doing that. Then they would show up. Otherwise, you never see them.
Yeah, I had a
You
camera
wouldn't even
trap.
know they're there.
I had a camera trap on a fox den a while back, and I left for 2 weeks. I came home and coyotes killed all the little kids. Yeah.
Wow. Hey, Israel.
I have a camera trap on the.
Oh yeah.
I have a camera trap on that carcass because I want to see at what time the coyotes or the foxes are coming in.
Yeah.
So hopefully I catch it one time, but not good photography, but at least you know what's going on.
Yep. Israel wants to know his classic question. What's the best thing to do after taking the lens out in the cold and bringing it inside?
Generally, what I do.
Put it in a bag, put it in something before you bring it in the house.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is like during the winter time up here in the Midwest anyways, what we'll end up doing is I'll end up, if I'm going out and it's like sub-zero temperatures or if it's below freezing, like I'll keep, if you have a garage or something similar to where it's not going right into 75 degrees, I don't know if this really helps or not, but I keep my camera bag from out in my car when I get to my house. I'll take it and keep it in my garage, which is not insulated or heated or nothing, for maybe a half hour to an hour. And then I'll bring the bag from the garage into my home and then I'll clean it and stuff like that. So I don't know if that really does anything or helps.
Silicon packs in
Yeah, you let it get up to temperature slowly instead of hitting it with that instant heat, and you'll be okay. Leave it in the bag. Even if you're bringing it right in the house, just leave it in the bag. Don't take it out of the bag right away. But
yeah, that too. Yeah.
All right. And D Moots Photography, Mr. David has a birthday tomorrow. Everybody say happy birthday to Mr.
Oh,
D Moots. He's busy right now. He's not able to go out and shoot, do anything he wants to do right now. He's helping remodel his parents' home. I think that's pretty nice, though. I think it's great, David.
Nice to have kids like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. That's not something I count on.
Me neither.
Although my daughter is a plumber, so hang on, we got a phone call.
Uh-oh.
Hang on a second. Man, I got a mess here on the desk trying to hook all this stuff up. Hang on.
Is it going to be one of those Simpsons prank calls?
don't spill the M&Ms all over the floor.
All right, Mr. Vahagan, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are you?
We're doing
Hello.
we're doing good, buddy.
Good. Call to say hello, happy birthday to Moots.
All right.
So I was talking to Daniel the other day, and he was telling me, "Yeah, I'm looking for a place to like just hang out and talk shop with other photographers." You know, I was like, "Wait, check out AP Studios show. You know, come on there." And he's like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah. You know, you can come in and out anytime you want." And you know, he loved the idea.
That's great. Yeah, he's welcome anytime. I mean, you know, I know there'll be a lot of people as more and more people find out what he does, what he shoots or how he shoots. There'll be a lot of people that will welcome him in for questions because, well, you know, he's a phenomenal photographer.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, I love what you're doing here, man. Love the community. Keep on going. I enjoy it. You know, it's a fun place to be.
I enjoy it when it works.
Chuck always has that disclaimer that says no photographers were harmed during this live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear it? Yeah. Can you hear it, Vahagan? That's the other
Yeah,
thing.
I hear Jeff.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I hear Jeff.
All right.
Hey, can I
That's
make a
another
shameless
t-shirt
plug?
idea.
Would you please do so, sir? Absolutely.
So, making some changes. Photography Talk is back. 11 a.m. Tuesdays, live stream. So we're changing it. We're not doing the pre-recorded podcast anymore.
Okay.
So we're doing the live stream every Tuesday, 11 a.m. And we're changing the format around. Yeah, we're going to have guests, but it's going to be more of like a round table and like this. And
Cool.
yeah, it's going to be fun. So I really enjoy doing live streams. I really enjoyed them when I was doing them in the past. And why not keep it going, right? So Photography Talk is back, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time every Tuesday. So there's another 2 hours for you guys on a Tuesday now.
All right. Yeah, we're going to have the week full here because you got Z Wade. He's going to do a Friday night, I think. Excuse me, a Friday night live stream. Before long, man, I don't know if people can keep up with it, but
Yeah, Tuesdays has always been my day to live stream in the past. I was like, okay, well, Tuesday 11 is perfect. So 11 to 1, we're gonna rock it and roll it, man. And everybody's welcome. We'll have fun there. So, and I'm getting good guests lined up. So
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I just
Oh,
go ahead.
by the way, sorry for the shaky live stream. It was an impromptu thing this morning, and so that lens is not mine. It's Sid, and he said, "Hey, you want to get together? I just got the lens." I'm like, "Sure, let's meet up right now." You know, so we met up. He didn't open it yet. He waited for me to unbox it. I'm like, "Hey, do you want to unbox it? It's your lens, right?" He's like, No, you do it. I'm like, all right, good. So I unboxed it. We mounted it on the Z6. We're live streaming with that gadget. And, you know, for some reason, when I switch it to like photo mode, it would cut the live stream. and it wouldn't work as good. I don't know what's up with that, but I guess for video, it was good. But it's a work in progress, man. You know, live streams with that 85.
Yeah, you know, nobody cares because they got to see it in use, and that was the biggest part of that. That was great.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We did focus speed. We did, you know, the background, 1.2 wide open. We did the sun. We took some portraits, but it didn't, you know, register in the live stream for some reason. It got cut off. I don't know what was up with that, but
well, you know what, you did. You were far more successful with demonstrating the lens than I was. Because I'm left with nothing but it mounted on the camera. That's all I got. So
yeah. Hey, by the way, Chuck, I was shooting last night.
Iron Man.
Hey, by the way, Chuck, I was shooting last night. I got your messages late. I didn't want to call you late at night.
Okay. Okay. You know, I know, you know, I know you're a busy man. I know things go on, and I feel bad sometimes if I call and you don't pick up. I think, he's probably mad right now because I just interrupted a stream or something. Or
no. It was a wedding, and I left the phone. I mean, okay. I saw you call earlier, but I was shooting, and then I left the phone in the car during the party. And when I went and got it, you know, I saw the messages. And I was
hey, brother, it's no big deal. No big deal. Yeah, I'll hit you
Tell
up again.
ATR Bear that, you know, I'll get in contact with them.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, have a good live stream. I'll get off the line so others can call and have fun. But hey, rock and roll, everybody. Hey, I like Mr. Nordstrom's, you know, analysis and photography. I really enjoy that.
Yep.
Channel is great too. So keep it going with that, man. And rock and roll.
No, Joey's sitting in the green room forever.
I like the flickering candlelight effect that he's got going on too. I mean, that's cool.
And it's good. And it's good to see Gus for the first time.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Roy.
And to encourage others.
Roy's focus point on purpose on those lenses back there in the earlier of the stream.
Yeah.
Is that on purpose so we could see his collection?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, I'll get off the line. Hey guys, rock and roll.
All right.
I love to show off.
Thanks for calling, man. Thanks for calling.
All right, bye.
Take care.
All
right, jump off, man. I'm gonna go walk the dog.
All right. Sure. Just run away. Go ahead.
We got one more Joe and the other Joe.
No,
leaves.
brother. Go do what you got to do. Go do what you got to do.
I'll see y'all next week, probably.
All right. You want to be on the panel next Saturday, you said, I think, when we're doing the review? Okay. All right. All right, Joe. Thanks for dropping in, man. Good to see you.
Y'all have a good night.
Take it easy, Joe.
Bye,
You
Joe.
too. Take
Have
care.
a good one.
All right. You know, this is.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Hey, am I still frozen?
Nope,
No.
you're good.
No, your lips actually moved that time.
Yep.
That was good.
All right, I was just making sure.
Yep. Nope, you're good.
If
man.
all the lights go out.
You don't look
I had
like
a
you don't look
transformer.
like a big hand puppet. You don't look like a big hand puppet.
Right.
You're okay.
You know, this is really turning into what I had hoped it would. Is you know, now Gustavo's joined us, Kevin's joined us, and of course we got Joe Man's Land there, Joey. But what I mean is, so many people. This is for all of us, you know, and it's nice to put a face to the name in the chat and everything. And, you know, I hope more and more people do this. It just makes the community that much tighter. And, yeah, man, this is great. You guys are great. All right. So we didn't get to do the 85 review tonight. I mean, the live shoot review. Sorry about that again. And I have no idea how I'm going to remedy this other than spend more money, of course. But I do need a new switcher so that I can pull all the feeds up here on the screen rather than just the monitor in the back. So anyway, that's what I'm going to be looking at next. So see if we can't get that fixed. But Joey, what's going on in Joey's land?
Not much, Chuck. Just doing some cleaning. Got the future in-laws coming over tomorrow, so it's just wrapping that up. Sorry if I was a bit tardy joining you guys.
No, man, that's just it. Come as you please. Come and go as you please. Again, that's what it's all about.
Awesome, Chuck. You'll have to let me know.
That means you have to be on your best behavior.
Oh,
right?
We shall try.
You have to be on your best
fail.
behavior.
Give it the old college try. So, Chuck, I have to ask: does the audio sound better this time coming out of my end? I've changed up a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm hoping the audio.
What end did it come out last time?
It was. Oh God. Hey man, this is a PG broadcast, and I did not have any Indian food tonight. Just kidding.
No, it sounds good. I think it sounds real good. It's very clean. There's no echo, no anything. It's definitely isolating your voice.
Perfect. Excellent. That means you guys could hear the nonsense I say. Perfect. Thank you, Vahagan.
Yeah, and Z-Wade just got a new microphone, and he's setting his streaming studio up. Man, all these people, shoot, I got to get with it. I got to get more lights or something. I got to have maybe, I don't know, dancing girls in the background or something.
I'll perform for you.
All right. Oh,
maybe you can get She-Wade to do a little dance behind you, Chuck.
Yeah, the Nikon fangirls.
Let me hang on a second. Mr. Tim. Yes, Mr. Tim. Got it. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I got to capture the link here again real quick. How come it's...
So does anyone have any cool projects coming up? Anything they're going to be sharing on the interweb with the larger community as a whole?
I do.
Oh, boy.
I do. I have to go out and shoot some photos with this lens because everybody's going to shoot me if I don't, since I promised it. Link sent, Tim Hunter. Tim Mackin, good evening, gentlemen, from Decatur, Illinois. How you doing, Tim? Got a lot of
like Simon. It's like what Simon was saying earlier is that 1.2 is a unique lens. It's definitely something special. I mean, it's not a lot, like you said, Chuck. Not a lot of people have a 1.2.
No, a lot of people don't need it or even want it, especially for the cost or whatever. But it'll be interesting to see how many people actually pick this up in the Nikon camp. And again, I'm not going to compare it to other, brand 85s. It doesn't matter to me. This is the brand I'm shooting, so I'm happy with it. But I'm really happy with it. I'm excited about this lens. Ever since I pulled it out of the box and started taking pictures of whatever, glasses and cups, all the really cool stuff, right? Yeah, I'm really happy with it, though. Now I just got to take some photos so you guys will believe me when I say it is pretty good.
Oh, Chuck, you're making me feel so bad about my most recent lens pickup. You got like 85-1.2, and I just got this weird Tamron 92.8. It's like it couldn't be further away in quality to the 85-1.2.
It just depends on what you do with it, though, Joe. And I trust you're going to do some creative things with it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, I have a weird one coming. I'm actually heading up to my old man's place. He's got this old Lego train, and we're going to try building a macro slider set with it using the Lego train to motorize the camera with the lens.
Cool.
So it's going to be weird. Rough. Hopefully it's not too shaky.
Yeah, there you go. That's the fun stuff, man. Playing with things like that. Yeah. Jeff and Leslie, Jeff, don't worry about it, man. If you're tired, buddy, I understand. But it's always good having you in here. I hope you're enjoying it. Big thunder outside. Well, how long am I going to have lights? Man, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, we lost power the other day because of a fire. Little forest fire behind the house.
Wow. Did anybody get the dancing lights the last few nights? If you're talking about lightning, no. If you're talking about aurora, no.
There's a meteor storm.
Yeah.
There's a meteor storm.
Oh, okay. Which one is it?
One from the sky.
From space. It's the one from space. Big rock flying in space. I don't know if
we're space people when you need them. We're space people.
Yeah, the Leonids, I think, is the one that comes in the fall. I was just wondering which one it was. Hasn't come through yet. Well, let's see. Why? Let's try it again. Hang on just a second. It's a good thing I had it all set up. I don't know why. Here we go. It says it went that time. All right.
Got struck by lightning.
It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't work, Tim, because everything else has been a pain tonight. Oh, I got my the little Rode Go mics. Got those out because I thought if I'm going to be up walking around the studio here, shooting and moving stuff, at least I'll have audio when I'm away from the microphone. Well, they're dead. And I didn't know.
Take care, Ray. Ray's taking off.
Oh,
Mr. Powell.
Hey, Ray.
Bye,
hey,
Ray.
Ray, as always, thanks for dropping in, buddy. I love it when you show up because I love saying Berwick upon Tweed.
He does, doesn't he?
I do.
I hope they don't rename the place to something, boring. I mean, that name's nice,
Yep.
There's a lot of places upon sea as well.
Upon sea?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. See, in America, you get Elm Street, Main Street, Fifth Street. Really creative names.
Front Street, South Front Street, North Front Street,
and Main Street.
Real creative.
Yep, that's the way we do things here. We're very creative. Mr. Tim Hunter, how you doing, Tim? Well, he has no audio.
What a surprise.
Tim, use sign language. We can see you. Zoltan.
Another Aussie. Two Aussies. You've been outnumbered, son.
Yep.
All right, we'll begin interpretation. Tim is switching to Canon. Got it. Okay. That's what he was trying to say. I knew it. I knew it. Breaking my heart, Tim.
I thought he was switching to Pentax.
Oh, it hurts my body.
Go back to the old K1000 days.
I had one of those. Shutter jam, though.
Tim's just.
I'll tell you, those things sold like you wouldn't believe, man, at the local department stores where I grew up. The Pentaxes were, one of the cheapest cameras you can buy, and everybody was buying those.
I love the lenses
back in the day.
Takumars. Takumar lenses were good.
Yeah, there you go. Vahagan just threw up a comment here talking about real Nikon. His name is Jim. Jim just found a vintage Nikon belt buckle of all things at some auction site.
Nikon watch, does that count?
Sure, why not? Nikon doesn't need a watch. They don't do anything fast enough for a watch. They just need a calendar.
It's a pretty crappy watch, though.
Well, they sell stopwatches. Everything stops.
I hope they're not using their own watches for when they're planning to release new cameras. Maybe that's why we haven't had any announcements set to Nikon time. It's a whole nother time zone.
There you go for all of you sky watchers that want to get out and shoot at night. 5 planets line up visible by the eye.
Helps to be awake at the time.
There you go, Tim. You're back. No audio.
Let's all make funny faces.
No.
Nope. No, Tim. You'll have to come into my house. Join me.
You're going to have to get a big whiteboard behind you.
Get yourself a Steve.
You have to
Yeah.
get an old Etch-a-Sketch and write and doodle on it, or make write on that or something and hold it up.
Yeah, I definitely could have used a Steve today. No doubt about it. I needed a technical Steve. Hey, did you hit the little cog, the little snowflake or symbol, and check the audio there and see what it's set to, whether you're
I've done the wrong microphone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're using Apple headphones, make sure you've pushed them in all the way, because they've got that third little prong right on the end. Sometimes if it's not in all the way, it won't activate the mic. I like how Tim's got a whole panel of men mansplaining technology to him. Isn't that just every guy's dream? Oh, prod. Oh, try turning it on and off. Restart the computer. Just everything under the sun. Get a new computer.
I want a clockwork computer when the power goes off.
Man, I'll tell you, you Australians are taking over, man.
Yeah,
Nick. Here in Australia, we have a town named what is that? Kumbugala. I can't say it.
Kumbang. There, I said it.
Kumbang.
So Tim's in Chrome and it's not working.
That sounds like it's a crime to say that word.
Tim, there's some kind of little bug going around tonight. I couldn't get my camera to tether, and everybody else is having a bit of trouble at times too. So I don't know what's going on.
Strange, because the streaming works fine, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, Kevin.
85 on the streaming camera. That'll be a close up.
There you go. Wouldn't it though? Still don't hear you, brother. I wish I could say we hear you. Yeah, and you didn't touch anything, did you, from the last time? It's exactly the same way it was, I bet. Now, how does that happen? It boggles my mind.
He's gone.
Yeah. Hagen's commenting on that 325 event was a whole heck of nothing. It certainly was.
Well, it never was anything. That's the thing about it is,
people wanted it to be something that it wasn't. I guess that's the thing.
And I did too, but because they put that up there, save the date and everything, and I thought, oh man, they messed up. They let the cat out of the bag, blah blah blah. But it didn't go away after a day. And if it had been something of significance, meaning do not let go of this information until, it would have come down. So you immediately realize, okay, it's nothing. And then sure enough, it was just a big Nikon day for, the Philippines. But
the giveaway was not having other countries, other regions announcing for the same day. When a week passed and we didn't hear from other regions, we knew, okay, this is a local event.
Yeah. But Nikon is definitely having this big powwow at the headquarters, which could be nothing as well. But they had blocked out all this time. I don't know who's invited. That would be interesting to know who all is going, who's attending. And there are rumors that some of the big Nikon reps, around the globe were told to be there. And one person said, typically this is about an announcement, a major announcement or something coming, new gear or something. So, we can hold out a little hope there that maybe that's what, the 29th is about, but it could be just, hey, we're thinking about putting shrubs in the front of the building, and we're not sure if we should do it.
I wouldn't want me there.
Yeah. That it could be nothing but that. So, yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe it's a influencer summit for like seasoned yoga professionals that want to use the Z30 for UGC content. You never know. We can dream.
Yeah.
They're going to announce a flash unit. You watch.
Chosen says rumors to hopes. And that's all we have is hopes right now. I mean, and those are, it's getting hard to even have hope. It really is. So if Nikon doesn't do something soon, this whole idea, well, it'll be May, it'll be June. No, you're going to lose more people. And I don't blame them. Why would everybody, we'll just wait 2 or 3 years and Nikon decides they're going to develop something or deliver something, then no. It's just a pain. I don't understand why Nikon can't. There needs to be a hint. There needs to be something. I know they're trying to save it all, and hopefully everybody will forgive them and say, oh, yeah, we're okay now. Yeah, thanks. But there's still going to be a lot. Well, there are people that have already left. I mean, Jeff and Leslie. Look, Jeff decided, I've had enough. And here's a camera. Canon built a camera that suits my purposes, does what I needed to do, and I'm going to get it. And I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
It's a shame to say that. I mean, your brand, but I am, I don't understand. Well, yeah, I don't understand. I don't know what Nikon's up to.
If it gets the job,
I don't think they know either.
you go with that.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I said that if it gets the job done, then that's what you go with.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The pros use it till it breaks.
Yeah. And Dr. Sandip, Nikon 1.2S is same sharpness as 1.8S. It shows f1.8 is a great lens. Yes, it is. f1.2 is so cinematic, great looks for portrait, video, Nikon. And then the 2-600 and 35 1.2 will be next lenses. Yeah, but you know what, Doctor? We've been saying forever the 2-600 is coming. Every time there's an announcement, well, the 2-600 is going to happen. No, here's another.
Been waiting for that longer than the 85.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the 85.
But yeah, we know the 32 is coming only because of the hints that Nikon gave us by accident by putting the warranty cards in the wrong box or something. So we know it's got to be real. I'm not a big fan of 35 millimeter, but I know a lot of people are. Yeah. I didn't realize there were that many, but then again, I didn't realize everybody was a bird and flight photographer until the Z9 came out.
Didn't used to be the way with Nikon, did it?
No, there were birders and there were wildlife shooters, but I mean, it just seemed like when the Z9 was announced, when it came out, they just came out of the woodwork. I love looking at what they do. I love looking at their work, but man, that's all we heard about for the first many months. I began to wonder if a portrait shooter would even buy the Z9. Yeah, you snooze, you lose. You're right, Philly boy, and that's exactly what's happened to them. With I don't know how many people, but I do know of people, and one of them is a regular here on our show, and that's Jeff and Leslie Wildlife Photography. And he just got tired of waiting. He was ready, needed to upgrade, and yeah, I'm happy, man. He got what he wanted. It's a shame Nikon couldn't have given it to him, but oh well.
This new Sony pixel shifting looks attractive too.
Yeah. And that's one of those things I could care less about. And I don't say that because I think it's stupid or anything. I just could care less about it. I'm not going to do that. And there probably aren't a whole lot of people that are going to do that.
No, it'll be a small percentage. That pixel shifting is going to be the occasional once in a lifetime landscape shot, maybe, and you'll experiment.
No one else has got it to work very well.
Yeah, that's just
work very well with anyone else.
Yeah, that's just it, Roy. It's going to be one of those things. If you're into it, you're into it. And with the new technology and being able to do this when you don't have to worry about everything being static in the frame, I think that's fantastic. But it's just like us. If there's one little thing that we want, in a camera body, it may not be what everybody else wants, but we don't want them to take it out. And I'm happy for those that are going to use this pixel shift technology.
I'm not particularly interested in buying it, but I'm interested in it's just curious.
Yeah.
See how they got it to work.
Yeah. It's got to be some AI involved in that too. If it's able to eliminate.
Yeah, I saw the Olympus version too, and that's just as hard as all the others.
Yeah. So Israel says he's been taking photo class with other beginners in each group. Nikon and Canon cameras are the most used. Sony is always third. It seems to be more popular with video creators. Oh yeah. Well, that's how that was what launched Sony, in my opinion, is they came out with the video features in these smaller cameras, and a lot of people jumped on it. And then from there, they wound up making some pretty nice stills cameras as well, or stills primary cameras. And Jeff says, I kept one Nikon body and a few F-mount lenses, just moved to Canon as a main system. Like it so far. Good. Again, I'm happy for you, Jeff. And, sorry about your luck, Nikon. A year and a half with no news, crickets. It's hard to keep people, Only the fervent fanboys will stick it out no matter what. If Nikon never made another camera, there would be people in the fanboy column that would not leave, no matter how outdated the camera they have is. They're just fanboys. They're not photographers. They're not, man, I'm going to get some hate mail for this, aren't I?
Well, if you're an active shooter and you have a certain need, just like Bayou Josh did, Bayou Josh would have stayed with Nikon if he could have got a 600 f4. And it's the only reason he left. He was going to Alaska. He needed a 600 f4. Sony had it. Nikon didn't. He switched.
Yep.
I can't blame the guy, and everybody beat the heck out of him, and there was no reason for it, man. You do what you got to do.
I'm sure the people that beat him up over it are now sitting there thinking, well, maybe I might move on too, but yeah, I don't understand that whole idea of somebody's going to go somewhere because they can get what they want. That's the way to do it, I guess. Nick says, I wish the next announcement will be an FTZ screwdriver adapter. Man, for those of you that want that, Nick, I hope Nikon does that, but I don't see it happening. I don't even know how they engineer it to happen, but I would hope that Nikon could they?
Yeah, I can see how they could do it. It'd be very, very clumsy. Have to put the motor in the adapter and things like that.
Yep. And then you have to power it via, the camera. Man,
the Tekka and the Mega Dap are not a good substitute.
Yeah.
So
but
Craig C is, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, for those of you that want it, I hope Nikon or a third party will do a good job at building one, maybe too. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Craig C is asking, he says, can I ask an honest question? How often would everyone like Nikon to produce new bodies, same rate as Canon or Sony? No. I think that if they, let's say they came out with, a Z9. Okay, you got the Z9. So let's say the next one's going to be a Z9. They're going to have a Z9 II. Now, I think if you're going to, go from the base to a 2 to a 3 to a 4, those changes, you should look at doing something like that like every 2 years, but a full different body, with the advances in, how quick you could do things now, and you got 3D stuff going on and all this. I mean, it's good. They're going to have to, they can't be way behind everybody else. I mean, I think a new body would have to be like every 3 year, like a 3-year cycle instead of maybe a 4-year or 5-year cycle, how it used to be. And then when you change from one letter, a number designation to the next, that you got to do that on like a 2-year cycle if you're going to do like not a total rebuild, just an upgrade. That's just my opinion, but what we may think they should do and what they can do. I mean, I don't know what they really can do. We're waiting a long time here for a year and a half, like Chuck says. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. So
yeah, we can almost go back to March of 2021. I mean, that's when we first heard about the development announcement for the Z9. But yeah, it's ridiculous, I think. So Craig he asks a follow up. He says, how many people upgrade with every new body that's released? And I'll take a shot at that real quick. I don't upgrade with every body that's released. I know it may seem that way, but I don't. If it's a camera that I want and a new body, it upgrades in 2 years, yeah, I'm probably going to buy the upgraded body. But not every camera that Nikon upgrades every year.
Has to do something the other one doesn't.
Yeah, there has to be enough difference to make it worth, and it doesn't take as much difference for me, by the way. Tim, you got audio now?
Do I have to use sign language still?
Beautiful.
No, we can hear you. Hey.
For some reason, my computer connected to my range extender, which is 15 meters from where I am, rather than the router that's directly under my desk.
Of course it did.
It just happens on its own. I know. Happens to me all the time here.
I'm surprised we're not all wearing party hats. Nikon's had a product out for 24 hours and hasn't had to suspend orders.
Yeah.
Unprecedented demand.
I mean, yeah. I think that they did make enough of them to at least satisfy the initial surge. So they got that number pretty close to what they needed. Had this been the 2 to 600, no, I don't think we'd be happy right now. Some people would, but very few, because I think that's a lens that's going to sell. Well, it's just going to be crazy. And mind you, I'm not buying the lens.
I think Sony just floods their own market with so much stuff that it's like there's hairline differences between the models, and I think in a way they dilute their brand in a way, because it's like they just think the more bodies we have out there, the better. And some would argue, well, choice is good. It's good to have more choices, but at the same time, you're making, the more bodies you make and there's not significant differences between them, then it's hard to make quantities of the devices, because you only have so many production lines. You only have so many groups of people that can make this stuff. And I just think they watered down their own brand too much. I mean, they just got too much stuff.
But see, that's the issue. And I said a long time ago, I would be happy. Maybe others won't, but I would be happy. Nikon just come out and say, look, we've downsized. We're not the giant companies that, the others are. We're going to produce quality products, but they're going to be slower in coming out and things like that. And, at least communicate with us, do something like that. But no, they keep it all hidden. And okay, then you know what? I'm going to assume that you're a giant corporation that can build everything you want when you want it, because you don't tell me anything different. It would be nice. Communicate with the folks out here. Or, I guess they're willing to say, we're going to lose a few people. That's just the way it is. I don't know. That's not taking care of the consumers, though, that pay your bills for you. Sure. Yeah, I agree, Chuck, Kevin. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry.
No, go.
Sorry, I was just going to digress a bit, and I was going to be a little bit selfish. I have a question for Roy. Roy, you've got every Nikon camera ever, and I'm working on doing
only ones I like. which
Okay,
is
fair enough.
including the Z8.
40
The
or
odds
50 of
are,
them.
if anyone in this panel's got the camera, I'm going to ask a question about it. Would be you. So I'm going to direct it your direction, anyways. I'm doing this free series on my channel. It's like freebies, like free stuff I find. And I was just wondering, like, do you have any tips for the what is this? The D80?
Not really. It's a one of the early basic ones. It's a fairly basic camera. It's brought a lot of people into digital photography, like the D70 did. The D70 was the big breakthrough that brought everyone into digital more than any other camera. There's nothing special about the D80.
All right, sounds good. All right.
D90 is more interesting.
Well, that wasn't free. It's always got to be free stuff. It's got to be stuff that I find at the donation bin at the camera store. They have this box every week there that they just leave open, and if they have surplus things or any gear that they just aren't going to sell, they just leave it there for people to take.
I find it hard to get excited with DX cameras these days.
Yeah, that's fair. It's basically just another Z30. It's an old Z30.
It's probably a bit better than a V30.
If you like vanilla, it's your camera.
It's a reasonable camera, but it's not really interesting.
Hey, let's give all the folks that are looking for a DF style camera and all the different cameras. Thanks, Nick, for this comment. What do you guys think, Nikon? We won't even talk about when they should produce them because who knows? I don't know how this is going to work. And I know the people that want a ZF full frame would like it at this next announcement. No doubt about that. But what do you guys think about, is Nikon going to do this again? And he brings up some, cameras here, the DF, the ZFC, of course, that's the ZF full frame is what he's referring to. A D700 with 12 megapixel sensor. How is that? Do you think that's even a possibility for Nikon to even consider that?
No way.
I think from a business point of view, it doesn't make sense.
People are too brainwashed and going high megapixel.
No. I mean, the thing is, even with a ZFC full frame,
Tim, I'll get you in there.
ZFC full frame, the way Nikon is, if they don't have the same manufacturing capability as the other guys, which I don't really think they do, then they have to make sure that they're building models that they can make the optimal amount of profit on and sell the most of. So they're going to be a niche product, something that's like a niche product that doesn't have a real high number count. That's going to be fluff stuff when they get out all the other stuff. Then they might think of something like that, but it's certainly not going to be a priority at their end. I don't think, not for a long time.
I think it's also important to remember, if a sensor can't be replicated in multiple cameras, it just doesn't make financial sense to go with that. Because if you can have 3 cameras that use the same sensor with different throttlings, for want of a better word, then they're going to get a better price on those sensor production. Yeah. So therefore, because they're buying more sensors, it's a volume thing. So you'll probably find that they may only have 3 types of sensors that gets rolled out across the whole platform. So I think the low megapixel is just, it's not going to be there because it's going to cost them more to produce because they're not going to be ordering as many sensors for that.
Yeah.
And marketing.
Yeah.
Marketing. Everyone wants more megapixels.
Well, I think one reason you see so much from Sony is you got to remember that even though it's a separate division, Sony Electronics, some of the electronics, some of the passive components, maybe some of the integrated circuits that are in their consumer electronics might also be in their cameras. And they buy so many parts that they have a leg up on really everybody else because they make TVs, they make everything, So if any of those common parts that go in a camera, they're already buying hundreds of thousands of this and hundreds of thousands of that. And a Nikon isn't going to buy the same quantity. They can't spread that same part number out amongst 30 different products because they don't have 30 different products. So Sony or a big company like that with multiple electronic capabilities is always going to be one that the suppliers are going to want to satisfy first, because they're the ones that are always going to buy the most parts, and they're always going to have a leg up. And if you're the guy that's 3-4 tiers down in terms of how many parts you're going to buy, then you're going to be lower on the list to get the parts sent to you. That's the way, and you're going to pay more for them because you're buying less parts.
Yeah, somebody they were talking about the upgrades. You know, how often would you like to see upgrades? And anyway, rather than upgrades, a longer span between upgrade or new models and more firmware updates should keep it relevant. Well, that's new to us because nowadays we do. I mean, let's face it, the firmware updates we get now are considerable, considering what we got with DSLRs. They were few and far between, and they're usually just fixing bugs and things like that. But now with technology the way it's moving right now, I would agree that you may be able to spread that lifespan out a little bit on these models with firmware, because it seems like firmware is bringing a lot to the table. And look at what they've done with the Z9. And Joe Man's got to take off in a minute, so everybody starts saying goodbye to him before he gets out of here. But Joe, it was great seeing you in here, buddy.
Yeah, great seeing you guys too. Thanks for having me on. And like you said, I think we're all hanging on the edge of our seats for what Nikon's going to do next. And unfortunately, those seats might get worn out pretty quick.
Yeah, stay warm.
Oh, thanks. I will. Yeah, I was gonna shoot tonight, but got snowed out. So hopefully tomorrow's a bit better. We're working on Cinelike video. That's the next one in the arsenal. I find that the Cinelike color profile is kind of a bitch to edit. Pardon my French, Chuck. It's just quite difficult to work with. So I'm gonna make a video that makes me learn how to do it better, and hopefully I can help some folks out too.
Yeah, good. You know what? You could be my Steven.
I don't know if I want to be a Steven. I don't know if I've got the emotional capacity to be your Steven. Do I get a participation trophy? I have to be like a really whiny millennial, like, oh, Chuck yelled at me. I can't go in today. My ego hurts. I bruised it hard.
Yeah. All right, Joe. Again, you just take off when you want. At least everybody got to say goodbye. You don't have to leave right now, but
yeah, I got to bounce anyways. But guys, thanks for having me, and I'll keep listening on just with my headphones.
All right, buddy.
Prepare for the outlaws, buddy.
Everybody go to Joe Man's Land and check out his channel, Joe Man's Land. Joe is growing, and he puts out at least a video a week, if not more. And
I'm growing horizontally, Chuck. I'm at that age.
All right, man.
I'm still waiting for Joe's thumbnail of the Nickelback meme holding up a photograph, and
right,
and there's actually one in there.
Yeah, I'm working on that one, Tim. It's they just got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Actually, Nickelback did, like in Canada. So I'm actually planning a trip to go check out that installation and get a bit of footage while I'm there, and then kind of incorporate that in. But yeah, no, that Nikon Nickelback video is going to be coming out soon. I'm planning on airing that after the Nikon meetings are done and we get no updates and nothing changes. That's kind of when I'm thinking I'm going to hit the ground running with that one, because I feel like it'll help us all laugh, even though we're all crying on the inside and the outside.
All right, Joe. All right, man.
Cheers, y'all. Have a great night.
Cheers.
Take care, buddy.
Take it easy.
Thanks.
Here you go. Just a real quick break. My brother watches the stream. Doesn't care much about photography, but he likes it. I enjoy it. So anyway, he throws some trivia in here for everybody. Anybody that's a rocker. I figured Vahagan would like this too. I believe on this day 50 years ago, Pink Floyd released Dark Side of the Moon. They hold the record of 14 years, smashing Johnny Mathis' record of 11 years in the top 100 charts. There you go. There's your music trivia.
Well,
yeah.
Fun fact: there is actually no dark side of the moon. It still gets sunlight. We just don't see it.
That's right. Yeah. Oh man. Hey, Philly Boy says Sony is not perfect, but has a camera for everybody, and their video is amazing. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Very good.
Yep. I agree with that.
Sony was smart in their strategy of targeting the younger audience.
Yep.
So that like the ranking of them there is really irrelevant. It's where you think Sony's going to be market share in 10 years' time, because that's their plan. I think the only way that Nikon could do anything about it is to target that younger audience is maybe even as silly as like having a photo app on the camera, so it mimics the Nikon shooting experience. It's superior than, say, your stock photo shooting app on your camera. So that way Nikon is in people's pockets, and then when they're looking at upgrading, Nikon's front of mind, because they're not going to do it with the influencers. That market's gone.
Yep.
So they've got to think a bit laterally.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, their brand is recognizable because of things that have nothing to do with cameras, and kids grow up with, whether it was back in the 70s or 80s, and everybody had a Sony Walkman, and everybody had a Sony Handycam, and everybody had a Sony this and a Sony TV.
Jeff, I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that, actually. I think, I look at my stepson, for instance. He's very informed about whatever he buys, and he's looking at everything, whether it's TVs or whatever it is. So, it might have had something to do in the beginning. I don't know how much, but now I think it's peer pressure and the volume of Sony cameras that are out there, and the younger hands that are convincing others to go that route. And, that's fine. That's not that's a problem for the other brands to figure out how to counter that and cater to a younger audience, which we've been saying for a while. Nikon doesn't do real well. But then again, Nikon, I don't think really is worried about it, because they said a year and a half ago, talking about their strategy going forward was with high-end cameras. And I guess they just feel like that they'll build cameras that people will migrate to, switching brands or changing brands. I don't know. But
I think they're like any other Nikon's like any other corporation. I don't think they care if they're number one. And I don't think their shareholders care if they're number one. What they care about, are they profitable? And are their shareholders getting a return on their investment and making money? And if they are, it doesn't matter whether they're number one or number two or number three or number four. I mean, Leica certainly isn't in the, where are they? And they haven't disappeared yet. And they certainly don't sell anywhere near the volume of cameras, or Hasselblad even, or any of those. So
Hasselblad's dead. DJI now.
Happy. Right?
Yeah, I do laugh when people say, Nikon's number 3, but it's a very big 3. Like, it's bigger than Fuji, Olympus, and other smaller providers combined.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as if it's a small 3. It's actually a very large 3.
If you look at how many Nikon and Canon cameras are out there, and you count SLRs and DSLRs, they've got more out there, a lot more out there than Sony does. The only time Sony gets up there is when you strictly talk about mirrorless. But if you talk about who has the largest quantity of cameras out there that people use, then Nikon and Canon are going to be at the top.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nikon try and pull out of, with the connection with SnapBridge and the information that's available to them, if they stop talking about sales and more talk about active users. So that way it's bringing it away to a market, part of the market they're not talking about. And that way they can say, yeah, we've got 2 million active users on the Nikon platform, which brings it away from that. Well, we're not comparing ourselves on sales. We're comparing who's actually using our stuff.
Yeah.
Because a camera sitting in the cupboard is useless. It may as well be a paperweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is saying the ZFC sells a lot outside the U.S. market. Yeah, I kind of got that feeling, because I get that from Grays Westminster when they're talking about it over on their live stream. It seems like it does extremely well there. So, and that's a good thing.
It's targeted very much towards Asia.
Yeah,
that's why you've got all the different color selections. Is for the Asian market.
And Dr. Dr. Sandip says Nikon's making good profit from the retro style cameras and lenses like the ZFC and 28 2.8. Yeah. I just wonder if it's because is it just the fact that it's a reasonably priced camera? I know it's a good camera. Don't get me wrong.
Very different.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, it has that retro style like a Fuji with the knobs and the controls on the top, versus the thumb wheels and the menu systems, that are complicated. So it appeals to someone who likes old style cameras, really. And of course their marketing was slick on that with the different color leather, or faux leather that they put on it. It gets it where kids like it and they could personalize it a little bit to their taste and stuff. So that was kind of a smart thing to do. I mean, that's working for them, but I don't know, how much profit are they making on it? I don't know,
Hey,
it's definitely not a high price camera.
This is a good point here. And I want to get your all's thoughts on this, and I'm going to run and grab me another cup of coffee, but I'll get it cranked up here. Issue is the progress of cell phone cameras. So much market share lost to cell phone technology, and that is not going to stop. I thought about this a bit more, thinking out loud, my crazy thinking process sometimes. And I was all in on, cell phone cameras have, torn the photography market up. I don't know. I mean, it's taken revenue out of the hands of the big brands, no doubt about that. But it only took away Coolpix cameras or, all the point and shoots. Yeah, it didn't do anything. It didn't damage or hold back anything else. Yeah, and I think the market had to adapt.
That's what it got rid of, like you said, Coolpix cameras. That's what it got rid of.
So I'm not sure that really killed the camera makers. Yes, that was great income and everything else, but they all restructured about the time the iPhone was really becoming big or whatever. And I mean, so I don't know if I don't think that's something that will kill the camera market, I guess is what I'm saying. It's already done its damage. I don't think it can do any more. I mean, what do you guys think? I think it's done its damage. It's over now. It's not going to hurt camera sales. I think
it's still going to eat into the medium computer market. It's only the top end market that would survive.
Yeah. I mean, do you think camera phones are going to hurt the camera market any more than it already has? I think it's done its damage and it's done. Well, all right.
Still going to hurt more.
Yeah. Curious to know what you guys think, and I'll be right back. Jeffrey, hold it down, buddy.
You want me to try to rein in these guys? That's impossible.
Let me comment on what
I've behaved myself today.
Some type of photography it may do, correct? The people that are casual users of photography, the ones that are going into vacations or take the snaps and that kind of thing. But talk about what people complain here, too many wildlife photographers. I don't see that people are going to be doing wildlife photography, sport photography, type of photography using cell phones. I know they're coming with better telephotos on the cameras and the cell phone, but I think that's a niche. That's why we see so much emphasis on that type of photography on the camera manufacturers.
Well, the phones are always going to be limited, have that limitation of the sensor size, but the thing is, if a large contingency of people are satisfied with just posting on Instagram and Facebook and stuff like that, then those phones work for that platform. It's like, but if you're someone who Well, like me, I love to make prints. My wife yells at me all the time, "Don't make any more prints. You got prints you can't hang on the wall." But I love to have a print in my hand. I love to have a print. And I'm certainly not going to, I'm sorry, I'm not going to make a print, a 20 by 30 print with a cell phone file. So, you know, it has its limitations, but there's just so many people that they're just sharing with friends or sharing with family. They're not really, I'm not saying they're not creative. I mean, they could take some very good photos with the phones, but they're just not, they're not going to be like, say, making prints and trying to set up a gallery to sell images taken on their phones. I mean, that's where you just can't go there, you know, with the phones. But it all depends on what the masses are leaning towards. If that's all they want is social media stuff, it could kill camera sales real quick.
I think it will also depend on how comfortable people are about accepting AI in photos, because I mean, your camera phone is limited by physics just as much as what any other camera is. So to get around that, that's where you're getting all these high res images from your phone, because you've got 15 photos put together that was taken in a second. But people don't understand that that's what your phone's actually doing to get that type of image. But you can only stack so much. So to improve that, like what Samsung done with the moon photography, is implement AI to do that. Now, if people are happy to accept that, then
very sneaky, though, isn't it?
The market will continue. It is. But if people don't accept it, well, then that hits that on the head. It's that fine line, which I guess we as a community need to decide what are we prepared to accept.
But is that moon photo yours or theirs now?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, they could put all the AI in it that they want, but the bottom line is they can't. They're going to have limitations with resolution because of the sensor. They can only fit a certain size sensor into a phone without making the phone so big that people are going to be like, my phone's as big as my tablet now. You know, people aren't, you know.
Well, people do walk around with their iPads.
Yeah, they do.
Tablets,
yeah, funny, isn't
it? Like that. Well, you see them walking around just clicking away. And I couldn't care if you shoot on your phone or on your iPad or on a Nikon, Sony, or Fuji. If you like photography, I don't care how you access it. If that's your point of entry, because that's what you can afford or that's what you like to do, all power to you. Just have fun.
Well, what I find funny is people are paying more for a phone. People are paying more for a phone than what they could pay for a reasonably good entry-level camera. You know, some people say, well, they can't afford a camera. Well, their phones, some of these phones are $1,200, $1,300. They can afford a camera. You could get a camera with a kit lens and spend less than $1,300 for it. You could buy a Canon with a kit lens and spend less than $1,300 for it.
Phones are more considered an essential purchase, whereas a camera is more of a luxury purchase.
Yeah.
Is probably how I'd put that, because it's not just a phone and a camera, it's a computer in your pocket. It really is how powerful they are. So it's always, no, I won't go to that subject. I'll leave that.
I mean, I think a phone is great for, I think for me, I mean, I don't use my camera, my camera in my phone a lot, but I'll use it like if I'm scouting out an area. You know, I might take pictures to help me kind of like reference to figure out how I want to approach an area later on, you know, with my better gear. But I don't use it where I'm going to make a print out of it. And I'm a print guy. So, I mean,
no, I think your phone's good for those candid moments where just something grabbed you, like with your friends or family, where you can just go, oh, yep, just take a quick happy snap, and you've got that moment. It's better than not having it at all. But I was at a 21st birthday party last night, and being the photo nerd of the family, was running around like just with Z6 II and 24-70 and a flash. And as soon as you bust out a flash, someone thinks that you're a paid professional, and I'm like, no, I'm just a hobbyist fella. I'm just having fun here and doing the right thing by the family. But the perception there is still out there. If you've got a SLR body, be it mirrorless or anything else, with a flash, someone would think that you're a paid photographer, even though you may not be.
Yeah.
So there is still that, I guess, thought out there.
Yep.
Boss is back.
Yeah, I
Gotta
mean,
stop talking about him now.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, I'm sure you could, like in the old days, you used to get when people, a lot of people when they shot film, a lot of people would just buy 4x6s. They didn't all make 8x10s or bigger. They would just do 4x6s, and that's what they'd have in their photo albums was a bunch of 4x6s. And I'm sure you can get a reasonably a reasonable print out of a phone that's a 4x6. It would probably be not too bad.
Well, I've got a Prograph 1000 sitting right next to me, and the stuff you can do at home these days is just amazing and accessible as well. Like, you pretty much get the printer for free. It's the ink that you pay for. That costs you.
Albert says that if Kodak would release a Kodachrome sensor, the camera would sell out regardless of brand, since the love of antique lenses is rising. Yeah, I guess you would know that, Albert, because you're always in search of old lenses, unique lenses. I guess the price is going up. Hank DiNardo. When the Z8 hits, we'll be asking, when is the Z9S coming? Well, according to Tom Hogan, not according to him, but he did make a comment saying it may come sooner than you think. The next Z9 or the upgrade to the Z9, that could be something that's being held out until next year. Who knows? We'll start a rumor on that as well. Maybe it's the Z1. Maybe they're going to use that number finally. I don't know.
I've been hoping. I like consistency.
Well, that's the ZX. That's the ZXX, right?
the Z20, because it's Roman numerals.
And this has been going on. This is commenting back and forth with Vahagan, talking about the D3X fetches more right now than the D4. Amazing. Yeah, it is. I would say
both good cameras. Nothing wrong with them. A lot of people still using them.
I'm still firm on my stance. I'm more interested in the whole Gen 3 generation of the Z series rather than just the Z8, because the Z8's useless if the other models aren't any good.
I guess you guys have said goodbye to Jeff. He's probably already gone now. I'm so far behind. Yeah. But Kevin said, enjoy that R7. Absolutely. Enjoy it, man. I know you are. Man, the D5's going for under 2K. Man, I loved my D5. I really did.
I could get mine off the daughter.
Yeah. Well, I think Nikon has to have price points like in the $1,000 increments. You have a $1,500 model, you have a $2,500 model, a $3,500, a $4,500, and a Z9 at $5,500. And if you have you have those $1,000 increments, and you massage the features accordingly. Then really, if you had you come out with 5 solid cameras with $1,000 gaps between the models, you don't need any more than that. You just worry about features, quality, and quality, reliability, quality, features, and your price point. Because if you could price it a little bit under the other guys, you know, you're gonna have a very successful business, but you got to have at least 4 or 5, you know, good models with different incrementing price points for everybody.
Hey guys, Tim's got to run, so everybody say bye to Tim. Tim, thanks for dropping in, man. I'm glad you got your audio fixed there. And again, anytime, buddy, just let me know if we're in here.
I'll see you in the comments, guys.
Now you'll know what to look for the next time. If you have a problem, you'll say, it's got to be the same thing that happened the last time.
Yeah, well, last week it worked perfectly. I said, and I promoted, I'm like, guys, it's just a click of a button and you're online. And this week, I go into Chuck's IT support customer base database.
All
right, guys.
All right, Tim. Thanks for being in here, buddy. Anytime.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Have a good one.
See ya.
So Jeff, your point was that was the way it was with the DSLR, correct? There were 4 models from couple of consumer, 1 prosumer, and 1 professional, correct? And that was and that was Chuck. You have been saying that for the longest time, correct? It's about a lineup.
Yeah,
I think we're getting a good lineup for the lenses. Availability issues, but I think it's getting much better. But the camera is deficient, and that's the complaint, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And I think Nikon's done a fantastic job of catching up on lenses. They really have. I got to give them credit there. I may not have liked the timing and how they came out, but the bottom line is we're here now, and I think they've got a really good base lineup. Well, it's more than a base lineup. They've got a real good lineup of lenses. So yes, they need a lineup of cameras. And as good as the Z6, Z6 II, Z7, Z7 II are, and they are good. I'm sorry, in the marketing department, you've got to have all those stats, bells and whistles and everything else to really be a big seller in the market today, because that's what, you know, the younger generation too, that's what they're looking at is show me what you got. And no matter, you know, how good it is, it's not as good as the other because Nikon doesn't have that, you know, that AF or that whatever in all the cameras below the Z9. So yeah, that's it. I think Nikon does that and they do it soon. And okay, we're good to go. It'll make us happy, us Nikon shooters as well.
Yeah, I mean, if
you have a stepping stone, correct?
Yeah, a stepping stone. Yeah. We don't have the real entry level, but you know what? That may come down the road as well. If Nikon can't produce as many cameras at any given time, and it's just they're going to be a little bit slower in implementing those other cameras, those exotics, if you will, a DF type camera in the ZF full frame. The big one right now, of course, it just started about 5 months ago, is the APS-C body, the Pro APS-C body. And everybody got spoiled with the D500 and act as if Nikon has always done that, and they have not. The D500 is an anomaly, really. The closest thing we had was a D300, D300S. And there are a lot of people that will try to argue about that. But the bottom line is that Nikon will get around to it. They'll do it, no doubt about it. And it's going to surprise everybody, I think. It may surprise me. It could come out next. I don't think that's the case. I think Nikon understands they need to get these other full frame bodies out first. So again, folks, I'm not saying don't build a pro body APS-C camera, but I just think there are a couple of cameras they need to get out beforehand. One is the Z8, because there's so many people that have been waiting for that because they wanted the Z9. They couldn't afford it or couldn't push their budget to afford it, or they didn't want the big body. And that is a discriminator between it and the Z8, is people want the mono body, the big full flagship type body. And I think that as soon as the Z8 and Z6 III are out, then get ready for a monster megapixel Z7, you know, and that's going to cover the span of what everybody wants except for the exotics. And the exotics
I think you sneak in a Z5 II, and you update the Z5 II to compete better with the Canon. because it's already got a lot of features that are better. You just got to make it 10-bit, 10-bit recording and do a few tweaks with the Z5.
Yeah.
And and you do that, and you have the Z6 III and the Z7 III and the Z8 and the Z9. Yeah, and then you throw in an APS-C Pro camera in there, and then you can focus on the niche cameras if you want to do the niche cameras, But once you have that Z5 II, Z6 III, Z8, Z7 III, Z8, Z9, you're going to have a solid repertoire of cameras that'll compete with anybody. Assuming you do what we've all been talking about. You got to filter down the Z9 AF into those camera bodies.
Yeah, and it's because Canon's done it and Sony's done it or doing it. So yeah, Nikon doesn't have a choice. So everybody that keeps saying that they're going to cripple these cameras that come out under the Z9, no, they are not. And oh, by the way, frames per second. There's no reason why entry-level camera couldn't have the same frames per second as the Z9 in most respects, because now it's all about processor and sensor. And if you're going to have those sensors and those processors, especially the X-Speed 7, in all those bodies, which I think they will, I don't think you're going to see the X-Speed 6 again. Then they're going to have the same capability as far as frames per second. I mean, within a few or whatever, and maybe not all the raw. The buffer will be enough to drag it down, no doubt about that. But yeah, Nikon has to do that. I think they know that too. It's a matter of when are they going to actually show us that that's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, chosen by design. He dropped this comment. I'm worried about Nikon's recent advertisement on YouTube. I'm trying to figure out which one that is, and sorry about my ignorance, not being able to visualize that right now. It's poor in my opinion, with Canon, Sony coming out high-end performance on low-end bodies, and that's what we're talking about right now. Nikon's ethos of we will. Yeah, we're getting closer to Nikon being in a better position, so I don't have to complain about them all the time. For one, I just wish that they would hurry and do that. And yes, that high performance has to stretch all the way down into, and not just the full frame cameras that are coming out underneath the Z9, but even when they do build a Pro APS-C body, it's got to be as good as the D500 or people are going to complain. So it's just a matter of getting them out there. Nikon, come on, help us out. Give us a hint. Drop a teaser, something. And Kevin had to go. Kevin Nordstrom. I don't know if you're still in there, Kevin. If so, man, thanks for trying to jump in on the panel, and I hope you get your lights back soon.
Yeah, you're going to run out of candles, and then you're going to be, living by flashlight. You better have batteries in the house.
It's worse when the internet goes down, and you got nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of I see you guys comments on a lot of talking about the size of the companies and who's part of a conglomerate. Nikon being part of Mitsubishi. I didn't know they were part of the Mitsubishi group, but showing my ignorance here. Oh man. Albert says YouTube photography community is having difficulty grasping the fact that DSLR cameras are currently used by more people than mirrorless cameras. Mm-hmm. And I that doesn't surprise me,
especially amongst professionals.
Yeah. But I think that's getting ready. I think we're ready to see a big change in that, though. With all the features and all the glass and everything else. Again, nothing wrong with what we had. We may do with it forever, but I think because of the quality and features that are in cameras, quality of the glass and things like that, I do think that you're going to see a bigger shift here soon.
Especially with video.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Video is going to make a big difference.
Yeah. Anybody that's into video in the Nikon brand, they have to be happy with what we have right now compared to what we did have. And somebody had mentioned that earlier. Nikon doesn't have anything to lose, and they really aren't in the video market. I think you're going to see, and they have actually stated that they're putting a lot more emphasis on video. So, you know, they'll never be the cine camera manufacturer. Sony and Canon have that locked up, but I think that there will be appealing to the hybrid shooter market that shoots video.
I think Jeff is a good example. I started to be a good example with that, the easy flip between videos and photos. I mean, you go and try. It may take a while, but I think that's a good strategy for all the cameras. That there will be newcomers into the videos. Right? I started to make some shorts encouraged by the people in this community. Correct, and say, so I'm shooting the deer, and then I flip quickly, take a capture there, a couple of minutes, and eventually I will be able to do what Greg and Jeff does.
Nikon's name is built on stills, you know, and that's the problem. There's so many still shooters in Nikon. There are in Canon as well, but Canon always had a video capability, you know, going back to DSLR, the 5D Mark II, which was a phenomenal at the time video. You could call it a hybrid camera. There's a lot of video work that's been done with that camera. And Nikon, of course, was first with the D90, and but that's as far as they went. It just really
let it slip.
Yeah, they just let it go.
I'm going to tell you here something a little bit controversial, but I think the C9 even better as a video camera than as a photo camera. Because when you switch to video, the autofocus, there's no problem. Everything works. That's my opinion, and I'm not expert.
No, you are absolutely right. And I argued that point early on because I thought it was very good in the video mode. And a lot of people, there's nothing wrong with the still. Well, I'm telling you, in the video mode, it's fantastic. Even my Z6 II right here, video. Look at this. It's beautiful. I mean, just that easy. And
you can switch between the two and not lose your settings as well, which not all cameras do.
Yep. So, yeah, I think Nikon will make a name for themselves in the video arena, in the hybrid arena. And as Vahagan's been saying forever, and you know, I talked about it back in January about could Nikon put together a set of cine lenses. I don't mean true cine lenses, but really sell the video aspects of the camera, especially the Z9. And you're right, the Z9 is actually a very phenomenal video camera in its own right. And I agree with you. It is controversial to say that, Gustavo, but it's true.
No, it's wonderful. I mean, I'm primarily a stills guy, but I have really embraced video quite a bit, and I use it to augment my content on my channel. And I like to mix it up. I like to have some video and a bunch of stills that I put together, like a slideshow type of thing. And I like that better than if I was just doing all stills. But I think sometimes you get caught though, because I like doing prints. I still lean to the stills side, and I'm like say I see a gator, you know, latch on to something to eat. I want to get it with the stills first, and then if it's still munching, I'll flip it to the video. I don't do the video first and then try to get the stills. I always get the still part first, and then I flip it to the video. But and other people, I'm sure, go the other way around. But
you remember we talked about this. You know, people talk about, I don't want any video, blah, 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 blah. What do you want your favorite wildlife photographer to do that shoots Nikon? Buy a Sony so he can video the shows that you like? I mean, come on. the video's being used more than a lot of people. They don't even think about it because they just take for granted. I'm watching a video on whatever on Morton Helmer. Well, he's using Nikon video cameras or cameras, producing his video on Nikon cameras. Why not keep that in house? This whole idea that Nikon just needs to be a stills only camera company. Nikon doesn't survive. They even get smaller. I shouldn't say they don't survive, but they get even smaller if that's the case.
And videos and stills, they always tell different stories, correct?
Yeah.
And in some aspects, stills are easier. In some other aspects, actually, videos are easy because if you have the wrong stick coming out of a branch of a bird, it's horrible in a still. But for video, it's very forgiving, correct? Because we gravitate towards the action more than towards the analyzing the image. So yeah. I think most of us are going to become progressively, this community is doing that evolution, hybrid shooters. Actually, that dilemma that Jeffrey is mentioning here, what to take at a given time. I mean, even myself, I find myself, I wish I have another camera with a remote that I can put the video at the same time I'm doing this.
Yep.
One day we will have that, correct?
Yeah,
that's a problem. That's a problem too because phones do video so well.
Yeah,
Mothman makes a good point. That I experience real time. Z9 shooting video low light is incredibly clean. You can get video will be better than the stills, and that's true. If I show up at a place a half hour before the sun comes up, and I can shoot video before the sun comes up, and it's going to look pretty darn good. And lots of times I'll shoot my video when I know I'm going to be, if I were to do stills, I'd be shooting like at ISO 15,000 or higher. I'll do the video. The video will come out really, really good. And then when the sun comes up a little more and I have a little more light, then I can switch to the stills. And it's the opposite way with the video, because then when the sun starts getting a little too bright, then the video suffers. It's flips the other way around unless you put an ND filter on your lens to compensate for the extra light. So I take advantage of what I'm given at the time. When it's a little darker out, I'll shoot the video. When it gets a little too bright out, I'm still able to use the stills, and I do it that way.
Yeah. Z7 III 100 megapixel sensor. Is that medium format? I know you say LOL. I know you say an LOL too. I wouldn't be surprised to see an 80 megapixel sensor in the Z7.
I don't want to see it.
Well, I don't have, but you know what? I don't have to buy it. But for those that want it, I hope they do it. I really do. Why shouldn't, they have what they want as well. I'm okay with it. Now, if Nikon got rid of the Z7 series, which some people had alluded to, which isn't going to happen, in my opinion, that's not a possibility even. And then we went from Z9 to a 100 megapixel sensor camera to a 33 megapixel sensor camera. I wouldn't be a happy camper. Because I like the idea of the do it all higher end camera that is a complement to the flagship. And I know, Roy, you feel that way too. You want something that has same ergonomics, does basically the same thing. When I say ergonomics, I'm talking about button placement, dials, and everything else. And you can carry the two at the same time, and you're not trying to figure out, okay, where's the button? Yeah. I agree with you 100%. So, and hopefully that is what Nikon's going to do. At least that's what we think they're going to do. So, but yeah, I have no interest in, at least not right now. I don't have any gas or any want for a a 100 megapixel or even 80 megapixel sensor. But that's just me. I know that there are
megapixels. I'll go to the medium format.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I want to go that high, I'm gonna get like John Ishii has the 100 megapixel Fuji. Then I'll do that, and I want to get my landscape shot, and I want to have the highest resolution I can get, and the best dynamic range. I'll go get a medium format Fuji.
But that's you, and there are people that want the higher megapixel body in Nikon, so they use all the glass that they have and everything else. And okay, you know what? Canon's going to do it, Sony's going to do it, and Nikon's going to have to do it as well. They're going to have one of those megapixel monster cameras. And
once we're also assuming that the lenses are good enough to resolve 100 megapixel.
They are. They are.
Fuji makes
we didn't think F mount would handle 36 megapixel when the D800 came out. It wasn't going to work. You're going to have all new lenses. It can't resolve that many, that much resolution. Wrong. So yeah, they will. These new lenses will. But again, though, that's up to the people. Give the people what they want. And this is going to sound terrible. Make it a throwaway camera in our camp, because I'm not going to buy it. I don't have any desire to buy it. But you know what? I'd rather that they give those that want that a camera body for themselves rather than taking one away from what I want. Pretty selfish, I know, but.
Well, we got T-Mid and Photo Me Ike in the house here. That's great.
Wow, I got to get down here closer to the bottom. Wow.
You got to go towards the bottom, Chuck. We're getting the heavy hitters are coming in now.
Hey, Ike says it right there. Big reason for me getting the Z9 was the video features. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, the Z9 is a video monster in the mirrorless camera world right now, and so that's great for Nikon. And Mozman talking about video on the Z9 shooting in low light, incredibly clean. And it's cleaner than the stills. the video in the Z9, you just shoot video all day long and pull stills out of it. Shoot at 8K and pull stills off of it. It's crazy. I know it's crazy good.
Well, think about it. When you're shooting at 4K. When you're shooting at 4K 120, you're shooting at 1/250th of a second shutter speed. So you're shooting at a very slow shutter speed. And if you're shooting a still and a bird's flying, you're typically not trying to get that at 1/250th of a second. It's not going to come out very good. But with the video, it's fine. So that's where you get that big difference in the early morning is.
That's because you expect some blur between the images on a video. You don't want blur on stills.
Right. Yeah.
Looking here, still cruising down the list here. T-Mid, how you doing, T-Mid? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, brother. So real Nikon lover, it's Jim, by the way. Jim, I've seen a bunch of your comments. I'm trying to catch them here as we go to. Next sensor, 60 megapixel, in your opinion? No, I don't think so. I don't think I think the 61 megapixel sensor sounds crazy, but I think it's already old. And I think everybody's going to be moving up. Nikon doesn't want to continue to follow and then jump on a 61 megapixel sensor and then have Canon and Sony jump to 80 megapixel. And then we got to live with that for 2 years. I don't agree. I think Nikon's taking their time. I think that's why the Z7 is going to be a little bit slower coming out, because I do believe there's a new sensor in the works. I'm thinking around 80 megapixels. Sounds crazy, but hear me out. If the Z8 comes out in a couple of weeks, or we hear about the official announcement about the Z8 and the Z6 III is what I think it's going to be, then don't count me out. I'm batting 1,000 at that point. And this goes back to June of last year that we made these predictions. So I think you may see an 80 megapixel sensor in the Z7 series. T-Mid loves his GFX 100S. So did you buy it, T-Mid? Did you buy one, or you just been using one? Everybody that shoots that really likes the camera. There's nothing wrong with that. And Fuji, if I had to pick colors other than Nikon, straight out of camera, Fuji would get my vote. Because I like the colors. So yeah, man.
When I was a big Fujifilm fan in the film days, I loved Fujifilm, and you have all those, and most of their cameras have those film simulation modes where you can simulate, the film types that they had back in the day, and that's a big plus for them on their cameras. They used to make great film.
Yeah, Gene.
Nikon have got Nikon PC now that you can do film simulations on their website.
Gene Potato Jet. I don't know if anybody ever watches him. He shoots just about everything, but he just tried Fuji. And he was pleased with it. He knows film from, or, film, actually real film. And what am I trying to say here? Movie film. That kind of film, not just 35 millimeter film. But anyway, he liked the colors and the film simulations too. He thought it was pretty cool. Photo Me Ike says, I think it should be the Z9 flagship, a Z8 high megapixel stills beast, a Z6 video centric with great photo, a Z5 entry level, the Canon R8 competitor. Yeah, you're not far off, Ike, but where's the Z7? Because if you're going to tell me they're going to get rid of the Z7, I got to tell you, that ain't happening.
Never know.
No, it ain't happening. I'm going to stand on that. Again, anything I'm wrong about, I will come on here and say, I'm sorry, I was an idiot and I made that statement. But no, I don't think the Z7 series is going anywhere. And that gives Nikon the flexibility to put out the bodies that they actually need to put out. Let's see. Yeah, and back to Nick's saying, can Nikon? I guess what you're really saying is the mount large enough for a medium format sensor.
On many lenses it can, but the thing is, it's a bit rough on the part they don't normally use.
Yeah.
But as I said, the tilt shift lenses from the G series will work very well on a medium format.
Mm.
I mean, you could probably, you got the Fuji, the GFX 50, right? Which is the smaller megapixel. Some they don't really like to call it a medium format camera, but they have that version. And a sensor that size, you could easily fit into a Z body.
That's the same size,
right now. 100 megapixel sensor might be a little bit tougher. I don't know.
100 megapixels is the same physical size though as the 50. It's just got more megapixels. They're the same physical size.
Okay. Then they could do it if they wanted to then. Well, Matt Irwin always in months and maybe a year ago or whatever, Matt Irwin was really
discussed it with
pushing, hey, you could put a medium format sensor in a Z camera. Do it, guys. He was really hoping they would do that.
Never would though.
I wish I'd have got out there for WPPI. I'd like to have seen that. Ike says you'd have seen T-Mid. He was swindling his way into all the booths. He got all the perks. Yeah, man. I realized that after I saw him out there shooting with that 85 1.2. He's a silver-tongued devil, man. He's talking everybody into everything. Let's see. And Sith says he loved his GFX 100 and the H2S. Plus got the Viltrox 75 1.2 and it rocks. Wow. Cool.
Well, you know, when we mention, or when you mentioned, Chuck, maybe an 81 megapixel sensor and a Z camera down the road or whatever. And now Fuji's got I forget what model is. Our Fuji folks would know, but they have that one that's, obviously APS-C that's 40 megapixels thereabouts.
Yep.
So it's like an 80 megapixel equivalent on a full frame camera. And I'm just wondering, how the reviews have been on that, because people were saying a 40 megapixel sensor on APS-C is really pushing the envelope too much. And I don't know if that's really turned out to be the case or not, because I haven't really been following it. I don't know if anybody else has.
Probably about the limit of a APS-C.
Yeah. I haven't heard anything negative, though. I really haven't. Ike gets two different cameras, buddy. It's not one and the same. That's two different cameras. There is a Z7 and there is a Z8. Oh, man. Yeah. I wish these cameras had come out. I really do. Yeah. For a whole lot of reasons.
I agree with the rumor the Z8's going to be a D850 size, but skinnier. I really think that makes the most sense.
I still think 61 megapixels.
Hey, that's great. Ike says he found out WPPI, one of the Nikon officials, is subscribed to his YouTube channel. So they are watching. I can say that much. They may not care about what we want, but they are looking. That's good to know. So that's why I say my name is on a dartboard, or my photo is on a dartboard at Nikon USA. Oh, man. All right. Finally got down here to the bottom. Yeah, I've been watching the folks that are coming and going. We've had, I don't know how, we probably had 150 people come through the stream tonight. That's fantastic. Maybe that's why I was going to say, I can't believe people want to come and watch, but maybe that's just it. They came, they were here for a short time and then said, nah, I'm out. But it's always nice to know that the community is bringing a lot of people in here. And I know it's real late, but if I don't do this, at least I can say I did it. I should have done it earlier. So my wife bought me this T-shirt, for those that don't know that. And I try to show it at least once every stream. And if you would be so kind as to at least like the show, I'd appreciate it, because it motivates me, as I always say, to get off my butt, come in here at 5 p.m. for a 9 p.m. show and try to set things up and have it go completely wrong.
Over Apex.
No. All right. And Sith says, if Z8's priced over $3,800, I'll pass on it. Can't see Nikon Z8 costing more than a Sony A7R5. I say it'll be under 4,000, and that may be $39.99, but I say it'll be under 4,000. So I don't know how you feel about that.
Camera than the A7 as well.
Mm-hmm. And only because of the capability that's going to be in that camera, and the fact that it's going to have to stand the test of time, meaning you're not going to see an upgrade to that camera for another 2-3 years. Probably.
Yeah, and then they'll hit you up for another $400 or $500 for a grip if you want the grip on it, I'm sure. But that's your choice if you want the grip.
Yeah.
All my mirrorless have got grips. Otherwise, they run out of batteries too quick.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing. A real Nikon lover was talking about that earlier, talking about battery technology. And I agree. I think that's what's going to make a big difference in camera technology is battery technology. And evidently, Elon Musk is working on a new battery, or his corporation is working on. Yeah. And, that could be technology that transfers over quickly into the photo world. A larger power source, not larger in physical
Well, it
size,
doesn't
but in
catch fire.
capacity. Yeah. I mean, that's a big deal for the photo world as well, because
In the car
that's,
world.
yeah.
Well, Nikon already did that a few times with the EN-EL15 series as they changed letter designations. Their milliamp hours
Technology, though.
went
It's the same
up.
tech.
Same size battery, but more juice. You know, so that
Just
could be something that
part of
goes in a
when-
Z8 as well. They could use a small battery, and it might have more juice to it.
I like
Yeah.
the ENL 18s, though. They're lovely.
Oh yeah,
no doubt
I
about
like them
that.
better. Yeah.
Yep. I
Nothing
think,
to pass them.
yeah, Canon users are the same way with their flagship batteries. I don't know their designation, but yeah, same thing. Yeah, you can shoot all day long on one of those batteries, which I have done. I don't know how many times when I was shooting events and things like that. 2,000 or 3,000 photos all day long, and it wasn't. I mean, it needed to be replaced. I'll at least admit that much. But still, hanging in there for the long day shooting.
Well, they might do the same gimmick that they did with the D850. You know, you put the 15 in it, and then you get the grip. You could put the 18 in the grip, and then had higher frame rate with the grip.
Yeah,
and then they even had that. Remember, they had that adapter where if you didn't have the 18 battery, you could put two 15s in.
Yeah,
in the grip as well. So they might do the same kind of thing.
And that may be the case, since evidently the rumor is it's going to be a little bit larger body for the Z8. Not the same size, I guess, as the D850, but as tall, but not as thick, as deep. Because it will take a larger body to handle, not to handle. I mean, you put a battery grip on, say, a Z6, and it handles a EN-EL18 battery. Man, that's going to look funny, because the battery grip will be as deep or as a whole lot more deep than the camera. It's going to look like an anvil sitting on a stump. So I think it would take a little bit of the body needs to be a little bit bigger to handle that battery, not because of the power or anything like that. Just the fact that it's going to take up so much room at the bottom of the camera, it's going to look funny. But we'll see what they do. And somebody said, yeah, I hope they bring up a new battery. And I don't. I didn't want that to happen.
Enough to charge already.
Yeah, well,
true enough.
And how many more batteries do I need to buy if they come out with a new battery? Now, if it's a new technology, that's a different story. But just a new format battery for a new camera, no, I hope that wouldn't be the case. And I didn't think that it would. But anyway, some people were asking for that. Let's see.
More reliable tethering, perhaps.
Yes, that would be nice after tonight. All right. Jeffrey I guess he timed out. I don't know what happened to his feed, but I'm sure he'll be back unless something serious happened. Maybe he lost power. Who knows? Yep. All right, Jeffrey.
We missed you.
Yeah, all of a sudden I get the spinning wheel of doom in the corner.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
VN Labs, how you doing, sir? I don't remember seeing you in here, but thanks for dropping by. And maybe I have. I just don't remember. But he says, I just hope they don't change a memory card type. I agree 100%.
No, if for a long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll just be glad to see the end of SD cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah, nothing
That's
to worry
what I said about
there.
smart media.
Yeah, don't
SD
ever
cards will never
switch to
replace smart media.
Yeah.
Don't ever switch to the Type A CFE cards either. Stick with the CFEBs.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Don't go to Sony route and go with the A cards that cost more money
Don't
for
know why
less
they did that.
capacity.
I don't know.
understand that.
Why are they so proprietary? I mean, even their hot shoe mount, was it not enough real estate? I don't think that would be the case. Or did they just do it to be proprietary? It doesn't make sense. I don't know. That and that battery.
On the Saki.
Or the card, I'm sorry. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Well, it obviously hadn't hurt them in sales, has it? I guess if you grew up
kind of an oxymoron because they're a big proponent of how good their video capabilities are, and then they basically handcuff themselves by the memory cards they use, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So obviously the video shooters are not probably don't use the full capability. Otherwise they'd all be screaming and yelling that the cards are too expensive and they're too small.
You know, it's one of those.
It is the Betamax story, correct? Yeah. It's the old Betamax. They stick to that format, and everybody moved to VHS.
Yeah,
and until they lost the battle, correct? So,
you know, and it's one of those things that the longer you hang on to it, the harder it is to get rid of it, too. You know, had they done this, a few years ago, everybody would be happy in the Sony camp right now. But, I know of Sony shooters that they would love to see the CF Express B cards. And the only reason that some don't want to see it now is they're so invested in the CF Express A cards. And I understand that. Nobody wants to switch. But there is no good time to do it. The more they build cameras with those cards, it's just going to be harder and harder one day when they see it. Yeah.
So if Nikon puts two cards that are the same in, let's say, the Z6 III, the Z7 III, and they put CFEBs in there and they're both the same, they're going to be the only camera manufacturer that has two CFEB cards in a camera in that price point, because everybody else either is using two SD cards or they're using one CFEB and one SD card. So they can really get a leg up if they put two B cards, CFEBs, in the mid-tier camera bodies, because they'll be the only ones that have it. And that would be a big plus for them to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Nikon, come on. Tell us what you got. We have waited and waited. I have complained. I have ranted. I have done everything. And I've been a good boy here for the last few weeks. I haven't been doing that. Help me out. Chosen says, I'm still looking for a Sony memory stick reader.
I've probably got one somewhere.
I bet you do. Ma says, Sony has a long history of that. Memory sticks were the same way. Yeah. Hey, more power to them, man. I just it doesn't make sense to me, but that doesn't mean it's not the right way to go. Chosen by design. Oh, he's talking about the commercial again. He says Nikon commercial starts with the camera in your hand is the best. Cringe.
They don't do advertising very well, do they?
No.
Sony do it better. You've seen those Sony events where you get a good feed, and
you got to put Nikon in front of the camera in your hand. It should say the Nikon camera in your hand is the best. Not the camera in your hand is the best, but
Chosen, don't get me started, man. I was on that rant back in January and February talking about you need to knock off all these old folks and, bring in some youngsters in Nikon Corp. And here we go. All right. Nikon USA. I said it. We do need some younger blood, some ideas, something beyond, the same old.
couple of guys from DP Review are quite out of work, weren't they?
If you could have wrangled them in, it would have cost quite a bit of money for them to do that, I
Probably
think.
be worth it, though.
Yeah, it might be.
Missed opportunity there.
Oh, let's see. We haven't got, I wonder what's going on in Asia. I haven't got the Asia connection in here tonight like usual. So everybody must be busy or doing something. I'm glad if that's the case. But haven't seen that part of the world come in yet. And this is the time that we usually see them.
I'm here.
Yeah. You, Tim, Nick, yeah. You guys, man. You guys are always here, and I appreciate that. Nikon makes too much, in my opinion. The waits are long enough. Yep, that's true.
I think they learned their lesson with the 85, though. They're really pushing them out, aren't they?
Yeah, I thought we'd readdress that real quick before I actually shut this down. I think they did a good job, in building up some stock for it. But again, the 85 wasn't, I don't think it was ever going to be, super pre-orders for it. I know that there were some, obviously.
Some niche lens.
Yeah.
And it's not going to sell like the 2-6. When the 2-6 comes out, it'll be a different story, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Don't say that. It gets me excited.
Yeah, that lens will be hard to get for a little while. Let's hope it's nothing like the 500 PF was when it was announced, came out, sold 1 week, and wasn't seen again for a year. Let's hope that isn't the case. But yeah, the 2-600 I think is going to sell extremely well because again, you're looking at two markets here. You got actual pros that will, that use those lenses and need those lenses, the primes. And then you got the hobby market, which again, I'll say it is bigger than even the pro market that can afford those lenses and they're buying them. And then you got everybody else that falls out underneath that can't afford it or doesn't want to spend that much money for it because maybe they're not going to use it enough. They're waiting for this 2-600. And that is a lot of people that are waiting for that lens.
It would sell cameras as well.
Modsman. 2-600 came out 4 years ago. You guys just haven't been able to get one yet. Yeah, it's true.
I mean, I have no doubt that they're going to introduce that lens with one of the new bodies they come out with. Which body, I don't know, but they're gonna tag team that lens with a body. One of those three that we're expecting. I don't know which one it might be.
Well, the 2-500 and the D500 were brilliant.
Yeah.
The same way they did with the 100-400 with the C9, correct?
Yeah.
There was the same videos promoting both. We didn't know at the beginning, but it was obvious that they were shooting with a new lens, correct?
Yep. Yeah, that was the big thing. Everybody was trying to figure out what that lens was in those teasers. So Sith says was looking for a traveling camera. The Nikon Z30 was too big. Wanted Fuji X100V, but it's hard to find. Finally went with Ricoh GR3. Wow, street version. Hopefully I don't get disappointed. I hope so, man. I hope you're happy with it. Let us know. Definitely let us know what you think about it. Yeah, the Z30, it's a cool little vlogging camera. I think it's perfect for what it was intended for.
I think they should have had an add-on option to put an EVF on it if you wanted it, though.
Yeah.
Like the GFX does.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I won't take any Z30 slander. Yeah, buddy. I know you got you a Z30. It's good for what I'm doing here too. That's if I were to get one, this is exactly what I would use it for.
Maybe it would tether better.
Yeah,
David, you're a Nikon super influencer now. You could get them to put an EVF option on the Z30. You have the power, man. You can make
shot
change.
himself in the foot. He's been shooting that Fuji GFX 100 now. I never did get the answer to that, T-Mid. Did you buy one or are you just using one right now? I missed it if you answered me. C30 kids' birthday parties.
What did you do? Throw it
So let's see. An EVF for the Z30 is the Z50.
Maybe you're supposed to glue two Z30s together to get a stereo camera.
Yeah.
T-Mid. Put two together, you have a Z60.
Fuji let you use it. Okay, so I'm going to dare you, man. Here's your next task. I want to see if you can pull it off. See if Ari will let you borrow one of their Cine cameras. I want to see you pull that off, man. I think you can do it.
Trouble with moving to a GFX or any medium format is the cost of the lenses.
Yeah. Tim's always giving me a hard time on this ZF. Tell me it's please be a ZF announcement. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if it is. It really wouldn't, Tim. Not at all. Nikon's been so cuckoo. Yeah, T-Man. Yeah, it might be a bit too much. I know. I shouldn't have said Ari, but I don't know, man. Get you a Canon C500. That's what you need to do your videos out on the street. You need a Steven just like I need a Steven, man. Somebody that can walk around doing your video work for you. Oh, Rakesh. Thanks for the stream, Chuck. I'm listening with a friend while out. Cameras are running, doing star trails. Okay, cool. In a state park in Missouri. Wow. Man, you're not too far from me, buddy. And that storm has already gone past, I guess. So you guys are able to shoot some star trails. Cool. Well, don't let me keep you from it, man. Enjoy.
Funny thing about all these astrophotographers, they're nearly all Nikon users.
Yeah.
It's a very strange thing. Must be something
I've
there.
met quite a few lately, and I look at them, I go, you must have the 20 millimeter f1.8, and they all say, yeah, I got the 20 millimeter f1.8. I mean, that's
sold
what a
more
lot
Nikon
of
for
them are using.
astrophotographers than anything else.
Yeah.
You know, Chosen, and that's exactly what we keep talking about is that focus system, the AF system, has to go all the way down into those cameras. You know, Canon's already done it, and well, hence the reason that Jeff was tired of waiting and jumped on it in the R7. So
yeah. If they do that and make it 10-bit video recording and tweak the video capabilities a little bit, it'll outsell anybody else's camera. Even if it goes up to $16.99, it'll still be cheaper than the Canon model, and it'll be better camera.
Here's where you went wrong in what you like. Only 1 week wait time for consumers. That might be the harder pill to swallow there. Oh man.
What 1 week are you talking about?
Yeah.
What year?
Oh, Rakesh is shooting. He's got the 14-24 and the 14-30 lens on 2 Z7 Cool. I'm a believer in the 14-30. I know it'd be nice if it was 2.8, of course, but then it'd be bigger and a whole lot more expensive. But yeah, I love this 14-30. I really do. That's what I'm using right now. Has anybody tried the new 26 millimeter yet? The pancake lens.
Looks nice, but it's expensive for what it is.
Yeah, I think that was one of the complaints. Everybody considered it to be a little overpriced. I don't know.
Compared to the 40.
Yeah.
The 40 is a good value lens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not enough difference versus the 28 millimeter. And yeah, you're getting a metal mount, but the metal mount shouldn't bump the price up that much higher.
Yeah,
like they did.
I like metal mounts,
I don't think it's going to sell very well.
Critical.
I don't think it's going to sell that good.
Unfortunately, but true.
You know, I haven't seen a lot of people talking about it either. Go ahead, Gustavo.
Most people like Matt Irwin had to talk about it, and he said, no, not Matt Irwin, the other Matt.
Matt Granger.
He says, what do you need that lens for? You don't need it. He says, plus it extends when you adjust it, so it sticks out more than it looks like when they show the picture. So it does extend a little bit. And he says, I'd get the 28. I wouldn't get the 26.
I'd go 24. I don't like 28 as much. I like 28, but I prefer 24.
Yeah.
I like wide.
VN Labs runs a D600 on his telescope. Cool. You know, the D600, the grease, all that was just blown. I mean, it's so far out of proportion. Yes, I know it happened. I get that. But it was just another attempt to run a brand into the ground. Look at what that's going on, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, a lot of people liked the D600. I didn't have one, but, the D600 and D610, a lot of people liked that camera.
Well, the door-to-door one.
Huh?
It's the first affordable full frame camera you could get. The D3 was the first full frame Nikon you could get. The D600 was the first affordable full frame you could get.
Yeah. Oh, here you go. Ted, ATR Bear. The 40 millimeter Z lens works great on DX as well. There you go.
Excellent lens. The only thing I found a bit of aperture flutter in them.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody that bought that lens talked about for the price, they just couldn't get over what a great lens it was. Yeah. Mozman says the 26 mil pancake got a really good review on Yodobashi.
It's probably an excellent lens, especially for street photographers. But it's a strange release.
Yeah, Tim says, and I heard this also, the 26 millimeter is to attract phone photographers. It's a focal range they're used to. You know, I heard somebody say that, but
no, if it was that, it'd make it all blurry.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how phone folks would they even understand, you know, unless somebody put it in their hand and said, look, this looks like just like looking through your phone. Same,
most phones have got 2 or 3 lenses now anyway.
So I guess, I don't know, Tim. I don't know, man.
Could make it look like a phone lens. Just put some Vaseline over the front.
Sith says his local camera store owner says that the 26 pancake's really sharp. It's a good lens. I was going to say it should be, considering, the cost for it. Yeah. John Ishii has a 26. Did an unboxing on his channel and a review. How did I miss that? I don't know how I missed that.
I would like to see that.
Yeah. I'm going to have to check out John's channel. So Dr. Sandup says, sensor. Oh, I hit the wrong. No, Wound up with you, Sith. Gave the 40 millimeter to my niece who shoots ZFC. Images turned out great. Great, man. That's great.
You gotta go outside. You gotta go potty.
Dr. Sandip says sensor tech has not advanced much. Only processors have become better. Well, I think sensor tech has advanced. I don't know how much, but it has advanced, and especially now that we're talking stacked sensors. Let's see. Processors
are stupid if we put a rubber lens on their lens. I did.
Yeah.
Rubber lens hood.
Cool.
On a 40. Just to annoy people.
Yeah. Man, Frames loved that lens, the 40 millimeter.
I do too.
Yeah. He loved it.
It's not the cost of the lens, it's what you do with it.
I bought a metal lens hood from Velo that goes on the Z-mount 40.
I missed the old rubber ones, and I finally found a chance to use them again, and it protects the lens, and it worked really well. I've even got them on some of the medium format cameras.
Let's see, Mike.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see if it'll do it. Let's see. Yep. So there's the Yodobashi link for the 26 millimeter review for anybody that wants to go check it out. Thank you, Mozman. Mozman provided that. Thank you, sir.
Looks an interesting lens, but not one I'll probably buy.
Yeah. Nick says Matt Irwin had a chart listing sensor readout speeds. It was pretty interesting. I think the sensor tech has advanced a lot in the last 5 years or so. Yeah, it has. And the new processors combined with the sensors, man, that's where we get. Yep, that's where we're getting all this new AF and speed and everything else. If it weren't for that stacked sensor and the new XSpeed 7 processor, the Z9 would not be shutterless. Yep.
You need that speed to go shutterless.
Yep.
Or silent.
And I think Nikon is, again, everybody's talking about that too. I think that's going to be the norm. And I think you're going to see it in other brands as well here before long. Because it's a little more economical to build. And heard a couple of guys talking about it on a podcast, and where they got the information, I don't know, but they were talking as if they got it from a reputable source that, it saves, they had this number. I'm not saying that this is the case, but they said it saves about $500 in parts and build cost by eliminating the shutter. So
I wouldn't think it'd be that much, but the stack sensors, BSI sensors must be expensive too.
Yeah,
must
but
be
I think
more expensive.
I think a lot of these things are coming down. Don't ask me why.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on it, but I think yeah. Yeah, and the more people that order them, then the cheaper they're going to get.
Right. What always amazed me is actually not that we have now cameras without mirror, but the fact that we have, remember all the complexity of the SLR, correct? A mirror that had to flip, and then you had to have an exposure with a couple of curtains, and then finish the exposure. That's a lot more complicated than just a sensor that takes certain amount of lights for a certain amount that is on or off. It should be a lot simpler, correct?
Yeah.
The same way that electrical cars are simpler than gasoline cars, correct?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Gustavo. And not just that, but I mean the fact that you don't have all that other glass that you need to
exactly.
and that's quality glass. It's not they just go buy a mirror at Walmart and cut it up and stick it in there. And
the Penta prison that was on top of I mean, that was a very sophisticated piece of glass as well, correct?
And then in the production, you got to figure all the alignment and the precision alignment to set the pentaprism up and everything. Yeah. And I got to, because with a EVF, all you got to do is stick a little TV in there.
There's a lot of glass.
And they have to do it. And they managed to do it 10 frames per second, correct? That flipping mirror. I tell you, as a wildlife photographer.
Yeah,
exactly. It's amazing how reliable they've been, because I've got a D4 that's close on nearly a million actuations now.
Exactly.
It's amazing how reliable these shutters really are.
I tell you, as a wildlife photographer, correct? Or being an amateur wildlife photographer, not having all the vibration of that mirror going up and down. I with shooting, with a 600 millimeter and a converter, I had to take, my beanbag, rocks, everything in top of that camera combination with the long lens, double the vibration, because I was ruining the pictures.
Yeah,
you should try the
medium format. Nothing.
Medium format's just about shake the earth. You go clunk, clunk.
I think when everybody migrate, the whole industry migrate to mirrorless camera and no shutter.
Yeah.
But it would be difficult is to, maintain, repair all these cameras with shutters. I mean, it was an incredible technology, but I think it's a technology that is complicated, mechanically complicated.
Right. Yeah, I think the longevity of the camera isn't compromised by the shutter. Obviously, all the camera makers have shown that, just like Roy talking about it, or closing in on 1 million actuations. But just in the pure building the camera, it's got to take so many steps out of the process, and it's less moving parts is always better. No doubt about that. So yeah.
Couple of years, all the top end will be all shutterless.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Roy. I think you're going to see that in Canon and Sony and others here before too awfully long.
It will be like with watches, correct? I don't. Yep. All these mechanical watches, they're a piece of art, but they are an art. They are not practical modern instruments.
Right. Yep. This could be what's holding up the Canon R1. I think they're throwing everything they've got plus the kitchen sink and the neighbor's kitchen sink. Yep. In the R1. Yeah. I think it's going to be a monster camera when it comes out. I really do. Impressive. Yep, because they have time, because they bought themselves time. They've satisfied all the people down below in the lower tier with the cameras they've come out with. They satisfied the sports and wildlife shooter, at least for now, with the R3. And, everybody's happy about that. Yeah. And the R5 takes care of the majority of people in the blast radius there. So, yeah, they bought themselves time for their flagship camera. And, hats off. They're smart. They didn't just run out the door with something to try to compete with the Z9. But then again, they knew Nikon was going to be scrambling to try to get the rest of the lineup out as well. So, and that's exactly what's happened. But yeah, I think the R1 is going to be a monster camera. But the good thing about that is that sends Nikon back to the drawing board. That sends Sony back to the drawing board. And again, I get back into this, the leapfrogging thing that was going on for so many years was great for us, and people don't realize that. You want competition out there. Yeah, I welcome Canon dropping a monster camera and Sony doing the same, because that means Nikon is going to go back to the drawing board and give us something else new. So, that's why I'm not about, hey, we got the greatest camera in the world, the Z9. Look at what it does. It's shutterless and blah, blah. No, because guess what? You're only going to get to say that for a year or so. and then the next camera is going to come along and blow that away. And that's the way it ought to be. So, I'm happy. I'm happy to see, the other cameras do that.
We're missing some of the features that real photographers need, like dynamic range and high shutter speed and shutter sync.
So that is a great conversation to have on a stream earlier in the night, talking about dynamic range, because everybody talks about that. And the only thing we have that we can grasp when it comes to dynamic range is we want a 12 megapixel sensor. That's how we're going to get more dynamic range. That's it right there. And is technology starting to bridge the hardship of physics? Is technology going to find a workaround? And I'll say yes, that it is, because it's already doing that. But will it find a workaround for dynamic range instead of just larger photo sites?
Well, the D1 used to use 4 photo sites for each pixel to increase dynamic range in that. So maybe they could use that technology back again.
Maybe.
Be a simple software fix.
Yeah. It may be. I don't know. But I think, and I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot savant when it comes to technology. That's why I couldn't get the camera tethered tonight.
They need to look at dynamic range, because you want to be, you want to improve it so you have more latitude to adjust, to bring up the shadows and knock down the highlights without creating and being able to do it without generating a lot of noise. And that's really important to really, but they just don't. I don't know if they don't have the technology, but they don't seem to be hinting that they're going to go that way. And I think that to me is more important than megapixels.
Yeah.
I'm happy with where I am right now with megapixels, but I definitely would like better dynamic range.
And 16-bit would be nice.
And 16-bit, yeah.
And maybe that's where. Go ahead, Gustavo.
But the ability that we have now to check the exposure in the area, I mean, blowing the whites in a bird or something, it's a lot more easier not to do it now than it was before. It's so there is progress, correct? I mean,
yes.
Because you can see, okay, I'm out.
Well, you could tell it's blown out, real time, and then if you put the histogram on your screen, you could definitely see when you're clipping anyway. So
exactly. So when we were shooting the D850, right, or the D800, we didn't have any of that, correct?
No, you take the picture, you look at the image on the back, and you say, I got to adjust my exposure compensation, and I got to knock it down, and you take another few shots. I mean, that's
exactly.
You get there,
so
but
now,
it's not instantaneous. You're.
So now you are one finger in the shooter. You see, okay, and check quickly. Then you adjust your EV compensation immediately. I mean,
if you got time.
Technology is progressing. Exactly. But I tell you, I mean, even for us that had to do, you start develop that kind of muscle memory. I like the fact that Nikon, all those buttons, in the top are different, so you can sense where you are. Correct? It is they have done a good work.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, it's not to be a fanboy, but I tell you, the technology is tremendous progress, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And technology is going to continue to march forward. And Mike Norton says here, if the sensor gets faulty in the Z9, then it's a throwaway electronic system. But isn't that the case for any DSLR or mirrorless camera?
Well,
I don't think it's that bad.
You're just going to pay for it. You're going to pay $1,000 to have it replaced.
Yeah,
but
well, I mean, but that's my point. If you lose a sensor in any camera, it's going to cost money, or it's a throwaway. I mean, the shutter, it wouldn't matter if it had a shutter. If the sensor goes bad, I mean, you know, the camera, you're not going to use the camera. And I'm not going to say that we won't see that down the road, but I got to believe that they did their homework when they went this route. So who knows how long this technology's been in R&D, because I know Nikon didn't just come up with it and say, hey, look, we got this great idea. Let's go shutterless. Yeah, let's do it. Let's implement it.
With Nikon, it's usually about 5 years.
Yeah. It's been tested and everything else. But yeah, man, you're right. The camera is down, no doubt about it. If you lose the sensor, but again, it would be in any other camera. So whether it's has a shutter or not.
Let me put it this way, Chuck. In your DSLR, you can have a bad sensor and you have to replace your camera. You can have a bad shutter and you have to replace your camera. At least you have one thing now going on here.
Yeah, you're right. So there's only one thing that go wrong. Your shutter can't go wrong because it doesn't exist. Yep, you're right. Don't open the real photographers for Roy. Tim Hunter.
I'm going to start blaming any jittery videos that I take on my friend next to me shooting with his D500 and say that the slap of the noise from his mechanical shutter is shaking the ground and causing my video to be jumpy. That's what I'm going to use as an excuse now.
When you shoot in that Yeti there in the roadwalk, the vibration there of everybody there.
Hey guys,
you have to lock up the mirror most of the time to reduce it.
Yeah. We don't have to do that anymore. Isn't that nice?
Yes, it is.
Man.
For those that don't.
Well, yeah, and now you don't have to, if you're shooting with the DSLRs, you had to block the light going in from the eyepiece because of the pentaprism, and now you don't have to worry about that. You know they don't need, you don't have a lever to block the light because you don't need to.
Yep.
You can't laser focus for macro anymore, though.
Voice privacy contents have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
Uh-oh.
My phone talks to me when I talk, and I hate
I was going
it.
to say, what are we buying? Z-Wade, still going out. Y'all still going to be streaming by the time this video I'm editing launches. I'm not even halfway done. No, Z, I'm getting ready to pull the plug on it. Again, I feel bad I didn't get to do the shoot tonight with everybody telling me what they wanted me to shoot and how and everything else. But we'll get that ironed out. It'll probably cost me money for another. Oh man, thank you, brother. The Stephen Fund. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. Fro Knows Photo brought something to my channel, man. It's a Stephen. I want a Stephen. I need a Stephen. I don't just want one. I need one. This is where I can say I need one. Oh man. Mozman says, getting tired. You young guys have too much energy for me night, folks. Oh, too funny, Moz. All right, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks, Moz, for coming in as always.
Moz, it's only 10 o'clock where you live. It's early. It's early yet.
I'm lucky it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Yeah, you guys down under. All right, I'm going to pull the plug on this. I'm sorry, guys. I'm tired too, but I've had a good time tonight. I feel like I let everybody down because I promised one thing and well, it didn't happen. And although there wasn't anything I could do about it, I still feel bad about it. But we'll get around to doing it again. Maybe something else new will come out, and by then I'll have the streaming, or not the streaming, but the tethering thing down, and play with it.
Z30.
Yeah, there you go. Sith says the sun is set in Hawaii and Taco Bell is calling. I hear you, man. Now you make me want Taco Bell. I want to run out and go to Taco Bell now. Oh, man.
It's Taco Bill here.
Taco Bill?
Yeah, in Australia.
Okay, cool.
Just to be different.
Yeah. Oh, as always, thank you so much for joining, Roy. You know, you're such an asset to the community, man, and it's great to have you here. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. And Jeffrey, as always, man, you keep the house from burning down when I got to run in the little boys' room. And, you know, folks, get over and check out Jeffrey's channel. I can't believe anybody in here wouldn't know, but if you don't, it's Selective Imagery on YouTube, and it's Jeffrey's channel, or once a week or so, he collects enough stills and video while he's out enjoying what he's doing with his camera, and he puts it together in a video, and it's a learning experience for, you know, how the birds, animals, and everything react or live or whatever. And I always tell him, you know, I get me a cup of coffee and turn on his video, and I just sit back and learn something every time. So by all means, get over and check out Selective Imagery and give him a like, not just a like, but if you're not subscribed, subscribe. And Mr. Gustavo, first time in here, and you kept good on your promise. You said a while back that you were going to try to jump in here with us at some point. And I'll just tell you right now, you're more than welcome anytime you want to come in, Gustavo.
And you did good.
Thank you.
You did good.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Well, I think the main purpose is to encourage others in the community to join. Correct. I mean, it's good to have the people that, you know, come here every now and then to show up. Don't expect me to come every time. I'm not that kind of guy, but I will come every now and then for sure. And you know, and be proponent to the the photo review, the photo appreciation.
Yeah.
So I encourage everybody in the community to show their photos and see what and share what they are doing. And so there is other here that I want to see their faces and see what they are doing. So
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for welcoming here, and appreciate it coming with you guys here every now and then.
Well, you're more than welcome anytime you want to jump in here, Gustavo. And I got to tell you, I've been eyeballing that room all night long.
Beautiful.
I like it. It looks cozy in the big window.
Hey, I live in a log cabin.
Oh wow, man!
So
I'm glad my wife can't hear that, because she said I always wanted to live in a log cabin. So I'm glad she can't hear you say that, because I'll start getting beat up.
But again, thank you very much, Gustavo, for jumping in there. And like I said, anytime, all you got to do is say, hey, send me the link and I'm on it. All right.
Yeah. I will not be a stranger. I promise you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we got quite a few people. Let's see. VN Lab says time to log off. Yep. I think all of us are in that mode right now. Chosen by Design, he says, I was watching Mr. Jeff's videos on TV while birding in my backyard today. Thank you. All right.
My bird video probably scared away some of his birds in the backyard.
Yeah.
No, that was the alligator.
Ted, thanks for dropping in as always, and I'll get you linked up with Vahagan tomorrow. Anybody else before we go? Well done, everyone. Great contribution from more voices. Yes, absolutely, Tim. Thank you very much for, being a part of it as well. Good night, Rakesh. Enjoy yourself. Have a good time. He says good night to all the panel members. All right. Let's see. That's about it. All right. All right, folks. Again, we will be live again on Wednesday. And what's the date Wednesday? I don't know, but Wednesday. We will be live at 12 noon. And this really covers most of the European folks. It's a more convenient time for them, especially those in the UK. And then again, next Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern time is our photo review. even though it is April Fool's Day, this won't be any April Fools. We will have our photo review. Well, I say
Joe,
that, and then something.
We don't show up, Chuck. That's the April Fool's joke.
There you go. Absolutely.
You don't show up.
Yeah, you're right. I have about 10 photos already, I think, or 10 or 12 photos already. Some of you've already received a confirmation that I got your photo. There are a few that I haven't uploaded yet into the folder, but again, see the information in the down below on how to upload a photo and send it in if you want to be in the photo review. And also for those that would like to be part of the panel that night, you're more than welcome to join us here on the panel. And just let me know in an email. Again, send me the link and we can make that happen. But until Wednesday, when we meet again, I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of the weekend. For those that have anything left of it, sorry, Roy, yours is about over. But yours is never ending now, though, isn't it?
No,
he's retired. Every day's a Sunday now, man, when you're retired.
That's right. All right.
Sort of retired.
All right, folks, enjoy what's left of your weekend if you have anything left. And God bless you all, and I'll see you on Wednesday.